evening, everybody. Welcome back to True Crime Metrix. What are we going to be doing tonight? Well, we're going to be going through we're going to start off with going through the opening statement delivered by Sarah Dugan in the trial against Charlie Adelson, of which he was convicted of the first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and a couple of other things, right? Against Professor Markel, poor Professor Markel, back in, oh man, I have to count back, 2023, right? Yeah. November 2023, Charlie Adelson was found guilty. The states brought a bunch of evidence against him, which, you know, they are part and parcel with the evidence that will be used in his mother, Donna's, upcoming trial in June. So I just thought it might be nice to go through Sarah Dugan's opening statement and have a look at how the state laid out the case to the jury, because the jury in this trial, in Donna's trial, is going to have a different criterion for selection from both sides, state and defense. You know, clearly, Donna, at 75 years old, is going to be squeezing every bit of sympathy that she can out of a jury member, which, when you're a millionaire Miami luxury car driving dentist that's under 50, you can't expect the same sort of what is the word? It's not really treatment, but, you know, sympathy. You know, they're not going, he's not a 75-year-old woman, so the jury is going to be different. Is going to be very different from both sides. The state are going to be safeguarding. They're not going to want any sympathy people at all, okay? And the defense, obviously, are going to be looking for people that may have, you know, some of their questions are going to be, do you have an elderly mother? Do you have an elderly mother that you've just put in a retirement community and now feel very guilty? How would you feel if that mother was sent to prison? You know, that's going to be the deal. I did have an idea for a show this evening, but it was a little late in the day, and it's going to require a little bit of prep and thought. I'll tell you what it is, though, because it will be coming in the next day or two, I should imagine, which is, you know, I've seen a bunch of the big channels, Surviving the Survivor, and others, probably Roberta Glass, and all of those big shot players making lists of the evidence against Donna, which I don't want to do. I don't want to just do the same thing they're doing. I want to do something a little bit different, or something a little bit more Metrix, okay? So what we're going to be doing is going through the list of evidence that we can presume, or that we already know about, that the state will have against Donna, but go through it in a light most favourable to her defence, right? We're going to try and explain away. We're going to try and anticipate the evidence that will be brought against Donna, and we're going to try to explain it away. I don't think anyone's ever done that yet. So that's what we're going to be doing. But first I need to make the list, and then I need to think about it, and then I need to find some clips. So it's going to take a little while to set up. But today we're just going to be going through Sarah Dugan's opening statement to Charlie Adelson in the 2023 trial. We're going to be looking for pieces of evidence that will be similar, double-down evidence. It says so right there. You can read. Yeah, that's what we're going to be doing. And then after that, it's not going to take us too long. I think the opening statement is just under an hour. So let's let Sarah Dugan do the rest of the talking. But before, we will say welcome everybody in chat. Thank you and congratulations to Christina for being the very first one in chat. You know, welcome Christina, and Lana, and Neverly, and Chauncey Myers. Welcome Chauncey Myers, and welcome Michael. Just Michael. Yeah, no, great, and thank you for leaving a like on the way in, guys. Clarissa H, good to see you. Melly Jane 17, hi everyone, and hi Patricia Jordan. And hi, Fury Pesto. Welcome, Fury Pesto. Okay, so where is my button? My big old button. We're going to hide that. We're going to hide that. And we're going to hit play. Play that puppy.
Is the state ready to give its opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Oh, listen, I think the audio might be a little low because we're going to sort of tweak this every time. Yeah, but if the audio is not perfectly measured against my microphone, please let me know, because I know that annoys people, and it annoys me. It annoys me that people are annoyed, so let's try and not annoy people. If the microphone seems like at a different level, louder or quieter than the video, someone put, you know, a big red X in the chat comments, okay? Something like that.
Proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, y'all. Good morning. Thank y'all for being here with us today. I know that we've been introduced, but y'all haven't heard from me yet. My name is Sarah Catherine Dugan, and I'm going to be representing the state of Florida in this case, along with Georgia.
Sometimes I think Judge Everett just looks like a big child, right, with a juice box. Look at the way he looked up there. It was just so innocent.
Thank y'all for being here with us today. I know that we've been introduced, but y'all haven't heard from me yet. My name is Sarah Catherine Dugan.
That was exactly the same facial expression as a 4-year-old boy on his first day at preschool. Little bit nervous. Of course, Judge Everett isn't nervous at all, but it's that irresistible boyish charm, you know? I mean, I can't think of a judge more charming than this man.
Good morning, y'all. Good morning. Thank y'all for being here with us today. I know that we've been introduced, but y'all haven't heard from me yet. My name is Sarah Catherine Dugan, and I'm going to be representing the state of Florida in this case, along with Georgia Kappelman. The last couple days, we've obviously been in jury selection. Thank y'all for your patience with that. I know there's a lot of waiting involved with that. In jury selection, you know, each side was able to kind of talk with you about your feelings and concepts, your feelings about the law and different concepts. But now it's time for opening statements, where each of us is going to kind of give you a roadmap of what we expect that the evidence in this case will show. And then after opening statements, you'll start hearing from witnesses and getting into the actual evidence in this case. So let's get right to it. The reason that we're here today is because
hang on, Sarah.
In this case,
just before we get right to it, Sarah, welcome, Derek. Hello, Derek. How you doing? What does Patricia Jordan have to say? I'm a 79-year-old great-grandmother and a bleeding heart for children, elderly, and animals. But my empathy is for the Markel family who lost their precious son, grandchildren, and at the hands of plotters. Yes, absolutely. No sympathy for Donna at all. I know that some people just are feeling pulled in that direction, and if anyone's feeling pulled in that direction, hold on to something. Take a breath, breathe in, hit yourself in the head with a bowling ball, because it's no good. That's what they're trying to do, and we have to resist. We have to resist.
Charlie Adelson hired a case. So let's get right to it. The reason that we're here today is because the defendant in this case, Charlie Adelson, hired a hitman to kill his former brother-in-law, Dan Markel. This murder was set into motion because back in 2014, the defendant's family, the Adelson family, had a big problem. And that big problem was Dan Markel. And the solution to that problem was this defendant. This defendant was the solution to that problem because he had a girlfriend with connections to the type of people who were willing and capable of pointing a gun at a complete stranger and pulling the trigger. The victim in this case was known.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to also make some other interruptions. Hope you don't mind. But, I mean, just listen to that one element, the first element. Charlie Adelson is sitting in his Whale Harbor home, and he's thinking to himself, okay, we've got we've got to get someone to kill Professor Markel, but we've got to be smart about it, right? We've got to have it so that it can never come back to us, that no one would suspect that it would come, that we were involved. We've got to be isolated. We've got to have this train carriage thing going on, this layers of the conspiracy. And then his first thought is, well, I'll ask my girlfriend if she knows anyone, and I'll get her to hire her children's father to carry out the hit. I mean, you couldn't have more of a connection. It would have probably have made more sense for Charlie to go up and do it himself. At least then you'd have some control over the situation. Just giving it over to Cheech and Chong knuckleheads, shooting holes in the Prius and all the rest of it, not a good idea. You have to maintain control, or hire someone that is competent, vetted, and not by Catherine Magbanua. Magbawa.
Known as Danny to his friends and family. He was a loving father to 2 little boys. He was a highly respected professor at Florida State College of Law. And tragically,
he was a loving father to 2 little boys. All the evidence shows that, but that's not how Wendi tells it, right? He would come home at 10:30, spend 5 minutes with the boys and say, "Where's my fucking dinner?" Work came first.
July 18th of 2014, Dan Markel was shot twice in the head in broad daylight in the driveway of his home in the Benton Hills neighborhood here in Tallahassee. The last day of Dan Markel's life that day began like any other of his mornings that summer. He woke up, he drove his 2 little boys to preschool and dropped them off, and then he drove over to the gym to work out. After finishing his workout, he returned home. He pulled in his driveway, opened his garage, but little did he know that throughout his just normal routine that morning, he was being followed. He was being followed by 2 hired hitmen who traveled all the way from Miami to Tallahassee for the sole purpose of murdering him. And
this is such a huge moment for Charlie Adelson, isn't it? I mean, first of all, for the first 2 years, as far as the Adelsons were concerned, it looked like a really successful mission, right? Wendi got out of the interview room. Donna and Harvey came up to help with the boys, and they went to the memorial and then hit the road to Miami and had a celebration dinner and got on with their lives pretty much. I'm sure that there were some strange looks from friends and acquaintances, but for 2 years, hey, we pulled it off, right? Then the bump starts to happen, then the arrests, then Charlie spends 6 years between 2016 and 2022, when he was arrested, looking over both of his shoulders constantly, right? Everybody is a cop. There is a listening device in everything, You get a strange package in the mail and you think, what the fuck is this? This must be from the FBI, And then finally, you're arrested. You're awaiting trial for 18 months, going through prep with your attorney, fucking getting your mom and dad to load up the budget for some jury selection, Josh Dubin, and everything else like that. All the expense, all of the prep, all of the focus, and it's come down to this moment in this room with this tiny little blonde woman in a wonderful green jacket, spelling it all out to the 12 people who are gonna decide how you spend the rest of your life. And part of his coaching would have certainly been, a lot of it would have been, how to appear while sitting at defense table, right? The jury are all there. They can look over at him at any time they want, right? Feel how he's reacting. And I really don't think he does a good job. I think he should have done a lot more practice. It just looks like feigned contrition, or this blissful confusion. What do you mean I was involved? It's just, it doesn't come across well at all. But huge moment, right? I mean, really, this is where the rubber meets the road, and it's all here. I imagine the prep and being in prison and having your tuna pouch and eating your apple and all the rest of it, fucking around on your tablet, would have been a great distraction for 18 months. Probably would have been somewhat, in some ways, better than spending 6 years wondering who's listening to you, wondering if that guy's got a video camera on you. What's that flower van across the road? Is that full of cops listening to me? Getting into Tallahassee Detention Center or the county jail or whatever it is, and then just like, we got to prep, you focus. It's like you just got this thing to focus on, but now it's here, right? And you're in it, and there's no turning back. It must be just a huge moment.
Just like something out of a horror movie, he pulls into his driveway, and the car, that unknown to him, pulls in right behind him. Moments later, Dan Markel's neighbor heard a gunshot. He looked out the window, and he saw a light-colored Toyota Prius backing quickly out of Dan Markel's driveway and then speeding away. The neighbor waited for a couple minutes to see if maybe Dan Markel came out of his house or backed out of his driveway too. And when nothing happened, this neighbor got that funny feeling that maybe something could be wrong here. So he walked over, and what he found was a gruesome scene. He walked in the garage and saw that the driver's side window of Dan Markel's car was shattered. He saw Dan Markel was still behind the wheel. He was alive.
Oh, thank you so much, Chauncey Myers, for the super chat. I pronounced it correctly, apparently. Yeah, that's my thing. Apparently, I pronounce people's names very well. Everyone always says that about me. Oh my God, you got my name right. Thank you for the super chat, Chauncey.
Alive, but he was moaning. He was unresponsive, and he was terribly injured. The neighbor then goes and calls 911. Law enforcement arrives, and they find Dan Markel unresponsive with gunshot wounds to his head. He was then taken to the hospital, where he survived for several hours before he was actually pronounced dead. Dan Markel was 41 years old.
41 years old, huh? I mean, I'm 38. That's practically the same, right? I mean, that's not much.
Boys that were deprived of their father that day were just 3 and 4 years old. Law enforcement immediately began to investigate to figure out who shot Dan Markel. And the evidence they find sets them down 2 separate paths. One path is that they had to track down that light-colored Prius that the neighbor saw fleeing from the crime scene and identify who was inside that Prius. And the other path relates to Dan Markel's personal life. They looked to see who, if anybody, in Dan Markel's personal life would hate Dan Markel enough to kill him.
And I love this about the two paths, right? Follow the Prius. What about the personal life? Okay, so we need 2 teams of cops. You go that way, we'll go that way, and then they meet up in the middle, right? So you know, that's really like a movie, isn't it?
After years of tireless investigation by law enforcement, both of these 2 paths led directly to this defendant. So let's talk about the path involving Dan Markel's personal life first. In looking at who might have a motive to kill Dan Markel, law enforcement...
Deb H. asks, Metrix, do you know when Judge Everett was going to make a decision about the motions for Donna? Well, Neverly Darlin said that she thinks Carl Steinbeck said 1 or 2 weeks from last Wednesday. So it could be in a couple of days or a bit longer. Shouldn't be too long.
Learned that Markel was entangled in a very nasty divorce with his ex-wife, who is the defendant's sister. Her name is Wendi Adelson. A review of their divorce case file revealed that Wendi Adelson asked the court to allow her to move back to Miami, where she was from, with the kids, in order to be near her parents, whose names are Harvey and Donna Adelson, and her brother, the defendant. Dan Markel.
Yeah. I think it's pretty amazing that Wendi thought there was a hope in hell of that. Right? I think the court system, the family court systems in the States are pretty in the habit of not splitting up families unless there is cause. You know, if he were a drug addict or an alcoholic or a criminal, or abusive, something. But there was nothing. There was nothing. You know, just made up shit. He didn't want to drive down to Miami every single week. I guess it would have been a real long shot for her to get that approved.
Markel was adamantly opposed to his children being relocated to Miami. He was a law professor here in Tallahassee. This is where he lived. This is where his kids have been raised. He wanted his kids to live here with him. And for this custody dispute, the judge ended up ruling in Dan Markel's favor. So Wendi Adelson was...
And it would have been smarter for Wendi to just stay living in Tallahassee. All right, you hate it. The movie theater has sticky carpets that haven't changed since 1985. And all the rest of it. There's no sushi restaurant. Weird smell around the town, you know. But if you're trying to get away with murder, you can put in 12 months of living in Tallahassee. I mean, you still go down to Miami every week. I mean, it would have looked a lot better. Like, you know, especially with the relocation being this huge issue that's not only on record in the courts, but on record of being a major issue in Donna's emails. We should read a couple of Donna's emails again, I think. We have already done that, but they're always good. Yeah, it would have been much better to 1 or 2 years living in Tallahassee. Play it out.
Not permitted.
But she was going for the sympathy thing again, you know. What if somebody comes after the boys?
To move to Miami with the children. Unless, of course, something happened to Dan Markel. A review of Wendi Adelson's emails revealed that her mother, Donna Adelson, hated Dan Markel and was desperate to find a way for Wendi and her children, who were Donna Adelson's grandchildren, to be able to move to Miami. Donna Adelson suggests in these emails that y'all will hear about several ways that Wendi Adelson could threaten or bully Dan Markel into submission, into getting what she wanted him.
There's an ice cream conversation going on here. I heard about a new ice cream flavor the other day called black licorice. Has anybody tried that? Has anyone had that? Black licorice ice cream. You see, I like vanilla. And people look at me like that's the most boring thing in the world. I like the taste. If I want to be fancy, I'll go for maybe a salted caramel, but not too sweet, you know.
To do. Donna Adelson even suggested offering Dan Markel a $1 million bribe to allow the relocation, and even said that this defendant, Charlie Adelson, would pay a third of that $1 million bribe to Dan Markel to make that happen. The evidence in this case will show that Donna Adelson's closest confidant was her son, the defendant. She and the defendant...
Okay, so obviously this is all going to be repeated in the opening statements for Donna's trial. Just, you know, they just do it the other way around. You know, there was $1 million offer. Charlie Adelson was her, you know, confidant in this and organized. It's going to be quite similar.
Talked multiple times a day, every day. He was the person with whom she would constantly vent and complain to about Wendi's situation. The defendant was also the person that Donna Adelson relied on to solve her problems. And this was a big, big problem for Donna Adelson. And she made it the defendant's problem to solve. So the divorce between Wendi Adelson and Dan Markel was final about a year before the actual murder. But that was not the end of that case. Litigation was ongoing, to say the least. Each side would continue to routinely file violations of the custody agreement, violations of the settlement agreement, and that continued right up until Dan Markel's death in July of 2014. This was a highly emotionally charged situation between them leading up to his death. However, there was no physical violence that Wendi Adelson needed to be rescued from or anything like that. But make no mistake, this was a very messy custody dispute. Shortly before the murder, in fact, Dan Markel, the victim, filed with the court and basically asked the court, he alleged that Donna Adelson was disparaging him to his children by saying bad things about him. And he asked the court to enter an order preventing Donna Adelson from having unsupervised contact with her grandchildren. This motion was still pending in court when Dan Markel was killed. The murder of Dan Markel ensured that an adverse ruling on his motion would never be a problem for the Adelsons. And just about 48 hours after the shooting, Wendi Adelson and the little boys relocated to Miami. Shortly thereafter, moved into a home within walking distance of the Adelsons' Miami home. Within a year of Dan Markel's murder, Wendi Adelson legally changed Dan Markel's son's last name from Markel to Adelson. And just like that, their father was just effectively erased from their lives at 3 and 4. And the Adelsons' family, their big problem had been solved. You'll hear during this trial that the Adelsons are a very tight-knit family. The defendant and his parents, Harvey and Donna Adelson, they actually even all worked together at the Adelson Institute, which was their family's dental practice. At the Adelson Institute, the defendant and Harvey Adelson were dentists, and Donna Adelson managed the office. After Dan Markel was killed on July 18, 2014, law enforcement interviewed Wendi Adelson. And Wendi Adelson acknowledged that her family had a motive to kill Dan Markel, or to want him dead. She admitted that her brother, the defendant, had even said that he looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel as a divorce present to her, but he decided to buy her a TV instead because it was cheaper. And coincidentally, or not, that TV that this defendant bought his sister as a divorce gift instead of hiring a hitman would be Wendi Adelson's alibi for the morning of the murder, when the victim was killed by a hitman. So this path of looking into Dan Markel's life to see who would have a motive to want him dead leads law enforcement to the Adelsons, including this defendant, a man who told his family that he'd looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel. The defense asked yesterday in jury selection, who's talked trash or heard somebody talk trash about an in-law, which is not a rare concept. A lot of people don't like their in-laws. But the difference here is that the defendant's comment stopped being just a little bit of trash talk.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, Amy. Charlie's thinking, damn, she's spot on. This is already going badly. But I think Charlie's belief, or hope that he's reshaped into a belief, is that he's essentially buying his way out of this, right? There's already $1 million on Josh Dubin to get this jury. And, Dan Rashbaum's not cheap either, right? I'm sure Dan Rashbaum's been assuring him, because I think that's his main service. That's how he gets the client and the retainer, just assuring them that it's going to be okay, right? But yeah, it must be a little bit nerve-wracking for Charlie to listen to such a good opening statement, just laying out the facts, just laying them all out, right? One by one. And I love how Sarah and Georgia tag team this. They've so got their system, right? Georgia's the closer. She's the one that comes in after the evidence. The first trial, the joint trial with Sigfredo and Katie, she was opening statement. Katie's trial, retrial, that was Sarah Dugan. Charlie's trial, Sarah Dugan. What do we think about Donna's trial? We should have a poll. We should have a poll of who is going to give opening for Donna. I'll make that now.
When Dan Markel was actually killed by a hitman. While the police are trying to investigate, who in Dan Markel's personal life may have a motive to kill him, they're simultaneously going down that second path I described to y'all, which was tracking down the vehicle that the neighbor saw fleeing the crime scene. When law enforcement retraced Dan Markel's steps the morning of the murder, they uncovered some chilling surveillance video of a Prius fitting the description of the one seen by the neighbor, following Dan Markel into the Premier Gym parking lot, waiting for an hour while he was inside, and then following him home from Premier Gym back to his neighborhood. They got these surveillance images from city buses, from Premier, from everywhere they possibly could. And these surveillance images, coupled with a massive amount of phone data and SunPass records gathered in this case, helped police to eventually track down the exact car used in this crime. But police still had to figure out who was in the Prius and why did they kill Dan Markel. As part of this really painstaking review that law enforcement did of all of these records, and when I say painstaking, finding this Prius and finding all of this evidence and all of these records was not an easy task, and it took longer than your average investigation. It was very difficult to do. They combed through tons of phone records and even did what's called a tower dump, which is where law enforcement collected a list of all of the cell phone numbers that communicated with the cell tower that serviced different spots in Tallahassee that Dan Markel was at that morning, including Premier Gym, when the suspect's Prius were there. Because they thought if the person in the Prius was using...
When the suspects were following him around, slowly stalking him like predators in front of every location where there would be a surveillance camera, in front of every bus camera in Tallahassee. Smart. I mean, they should have just waited at his house. I mean, really bad job for those guys. I mean, just total amateur hour. Total amateur hour.
Using their phone at the time, then their number will be somewhere in this tower dump. They combed through all of that data, and they found a number with a Miami area code belonging to a man named Sigfredo Garcia. Law enforcement examined all of Garcia's call logs and saw that he was in frequent contact with another number that was also present at Premier Gym that morning. And that number belonged to a man named Luis Rivera. Luis Rivera is a lifelong friend of Sigfredo Garcia and is also from Miami. Police then looked at all of Garcia and Rivera's phone records, which showed that their phones left Miami about 2 days before this murder, on July 16th of 2014. The phones came to Tallahassee, and on the day of the murder, July 18th, they followed Markel to Premier Gym. The phone data is consistent with both men turning off their phones just minutes before the murder and leaving their phones off until about an hour or so after the murder, when they're well on their way back towards Miami. And then a bank's ATM camera caught both Garcia and Rivera in that light-colored Prius once they arrived back in the Miami area.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's not enough to be on every surveillance camera in Tallahassee, but also when you're traveling back to Miami in the traceable vehicle, stop at an ATM and get a real good picture of your face. Oh yeah, great. You couldn't take some cash with you? What do we? Oh, Kate says, I say Georgia. This is about who's going to make the opening statement in Donna's trial. I say Georgia because if she goes first, the jury will be more likely to remember Sarah's if she goes second. Well, there's only one. I mean, what is the poll? The poll says, poll's up to 71% in favour of Sarah. Yeah, we'll leave it up for a few more minutes. Vote on the poll. And thank you so much, Victoria Girl, for the fabulous super chat or sticker.
When they stopped at an ATM. So, Police figured out the identity, and this should appear on the screens in front of you. The identity of the...
Yeah, and I haven't really got a very serious goal, but as we're having so many ice cream conversations, there is a goal. It's an ice cream orientated goal. Get Metrix 31 flavors, all 31 flavors. Of course, you know, I think Leslie said we have good gelatos here in Portugal. Yes, yes. And I'm sorry to say, it's a lot better than Baskin Robbins.
The two men responsible for following and killing Dan Markel. Luis Rivera, his nickname is Tato, and Sigfredo Garcia, his nickname is Tudo. But they continued to look for evidence of why two seemingly random men came all the way to Tallahassee to kill a man, Dan Markel, that they'd never met. You know, what or who is the connection between these killers and the victim? Well, phone records reveal that one of Sigfredo Garcia's most frequent contacts was a woman named Catherine Magbanua. Her nickname is Katie. Garcia and Catherine Magbanua have a long history of an on-again, off-again relationship over the course of...
So many little things that Luis and Sigfredo could have done to increase their chances of evading detection. Don't bring your cell phone. Don't bring your personal registered cell phone. Don't rent the car in your name. They're going to do a tower dump. The law enforcement did a tower dump of the tower that covers Premier. And they went through every single number. And, you know, that had activity going through that tower at the time that the Prius was visible on the surveillance camera. They saw a Miami number. They thought, that sticks out. Let's have a look at all the numbers that are connected with that Miami number that's at Premier right now. There's another, connected call that's Charlie's phone. It's a frequent... Just terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible.
Many years, and they actually share 2 kids in common. And lo and behold, when looking at the phone records, Catherine Magbanua is also one of the most frequent contacts of this defendant, Charlie Adelson. Law enforcement learned that at the time of Dan Markel's murder, this defendant was dating Catherine Magbanua. She was his girlfriend at the time. So Dan Markel was a problem that this defendant needed to solve for his family. The defendant was looking to hire a hitman to kill Dan Markel. Dan Markel ends up being...
Yeah, Leslie, absolutely right. Sarah killed it at the hearing last week. She is... I mean, they're just such a team, aren't they? It's... I've always thought that Georgia seems the more formidable force. But Sarah's very impressive as well. Always.
Killed by a hitman. And who ended up being the hitman? It was someone with a close relationship to this defendant's girlfriend. The hitman was the father of his girlfriend's children. So you can see how both leads in this case, followed by investigators, both of them.
And then, the hitman was the father of this defendant's... No, what was it? The hitman was the father of this defendant's girlfriend's children. When Charlie's on the post-conviction jailhouse calls with Donna, and he's going, yeah. Wendi went to the scene of the crime. She went to the scene of the crime. You watch those detective shows? They say he showed up at the scene of the crime. And he's just, oh, she wrote about it in the book. And you can tell that he's just so saying without saying, Wendi fucked us up, you know? But he just skips over all of his own glaring, huge errors, doesn't he? Like that. What was it? The hitman was the father of this defendant's girlfriend.
Parted paths to this defendant. Not only did looking into the motive lead law enforcement to the defendant because he wanted to hire someone to kill Dan Markel, but looking into the car, fleeing the scene, also led law enforcement to the defendant through his girlfriend at the time. So 2 different investigations arriving at the same conclusion. Law enforcement also tried to follow the money in this case, and that was a third way that the evidence in this case points to this defendant. Law enforcement reviewed bank records, employment records, DHS&V records of all of the suspects and saw that in the months after the homicide, Sigfredo Garcia, Luis Rivera, and Catherine Magbanois all acquired some big-ticket items. Rivera and Garcia...
Tits, yeah. Catherine Magbanois got 2 big ticket items on her chest.
Both bought motorcycles and cars. Catherine Magbanois got a breast augmentation surgery and later received...
What if Catherine Magbanois got a motorcycle and Luis Rivera got the breast augmentation? Would they have got caught then?
A black Lexus sedan whose previous owner was Harvey Adelson. Catherine Magbanois' bank records were analyzed, and there was no check ever written or matching cash withdrawal for the car or the breast augmentation, which was paid for in cash. Bank records also showed that Catherine Magbanois' account had a huge spike in cash deposits right around the time of the murder. She deposited more money into her account in the 5 weeks following the murder than in the entire previous year before the murder. This was during a time when there was no record of her being employed anywhere. Also, about 2 months after the murder, the defendant added Catherine Magbanois to the payroll at the Adelson Institute. And she began receiving regular checks from their business account every 2 weeks for 2 years after the murder. And this was despite the fact that she did not work.
So every 2 weeks for 2 years is 52. So what was it? Wasn't it like $1,000 a month? Or 800 at least. So that alone is almost 50 grand. Around about 50 grand, right? That's on top of the 100,000 cash washed money that was just given in one chunk.
At the Adelson Institute. So, the money was talking, but what were the suspects saying? That's what law enforcement wanted to know. So, as they're examining the phone records in this case, they see a distinct pattern surrounding important events and dates in this case. The phone calls, and they can't see the content, they can't hear the content of these calls in these phone records, but they see that the calls are occurring. And the phone calls always went from Donna Adelson to the defendant, then from the defendant to Catherine Magbanois, then from Catherine Magbanois to Sigfredo Garcia, and back the other way. Kind of like train cars, they only touch the car right in front of them. You know, Donna Adelson never calls Catherine Magbanois, or Sigfredo Garcia. Charlie Adelson never calls Sigfredo Garcia, or vice versa. So if this is a murder for hire, as law enforcement suspects, could it be that the defendant was wisely insulating himself from the actual shooters by having Catherine Magbanua act as a middleman between them?
Yep. Train car. Thank you so much. Who was that? I think it was someone bought us a coffee. Brenda Willie. Thank you so much for the coffee, Brenda, who says, happy to be with all of you. Well, we're happy you're here too, Brenda. Thank you for the coffee.
Law enforcement decided to launch an undercover investigation designed to clarify who the members of the conspiracy were and how information traveled within this conspiracy. So police applied for and received court authorization to listen in real time to the phone calls of the defendant and Catherine Magbanua. And this is what's known as a wiretap. By this point,
Lee Abbey says, Neverly darling, thanks for the warm welcome. I am loving this channel and community. Well, that's great, Lee. Are you new here?
Point that the law enforcement received authorization to do this wiretap. It was April of 2016. So it's been not quite, but almost 2 years since the murder of Dan Markel, which occurred.
Beth says, June is adorable. Why did he give her such weird teeth? Well, I assume that she got them for free. So I guess Harvey wanted to take the opportunity to do an experiment and find out what happens when we take the teeth out of the mouth of a hippopotamus and put them in a human being.
In July of 2014. So by April of 2016, the defendant and Catherine Magbanua are no longer dating at that point. They've been broken up since the fall of 2014. Catherine Magbanua is actually back together with Sigfredo Garcia, the father of her children, at that point. The defendant has moved on to many other girlfriends since Catherine Magbanua. But the defendant and Catherine Magbanua are still in regular communication and have remained very close friends since the murder. And Rivera, who was the second hitman in that Prius, he, in April of 2016, was actually in federal prison doing time on another charge unrelated to this murder. So all of the members of this conspiracy have presumably gone on with their lives, believing they've gotten away with this murder. So even though law enforcement had...
Sorry to interrupt, but Melly Jane, 17, says, is June adorable? I'm not sold on that. Yeah, maybe we should do another poll. Let's come up with several. I think we could get away with calling her blissfully unaware. I mean, she does come across as just not getting it at all, right? But, I think she certainly lacks malice. She does come across as just innocent. But she's also got kind of a confirmation bias thing where Pat Sanford and what's her name? The female investigator that took over from Isom as lead investigator when he retired. I forget her name. They're spelling it all out, and she's like, well, I don't know. I mean, he might be innocent. Like, June, wake up.
Has authority to listen to their calls now. What reason would these people have to still be discussing the murder at this point? So police needed to stage an event that would generate conversation between the conspirators about the murder. And the plan was to send an undercover agent posing as somebody on behalf of Luis Rivera, who was incarcerated, to walk up to Donna Adelson on the street and try to extort money out of her. And law enforcement refers to this as the bump. So, this undercover agent walks up to Donna Adelson one day as she's leaving the Adelson Institute during the day. The undercover agent hands Donna Adelson a piece of paper. And on the piece of paper is an article about the murder of Dan Markel with his picture on it and, FSU professor killed. Also on the piece of paper are a phone number and the amount of $5,000. The undercover agent tells Donna Adelson that he knows that the Adelsons are taking care of Katie, and he's there to extort money out of her on Rivera's behalf in order to even things out. The undercover agent never says the defendant's name or anything about the defendant's involvement to Donna Adelson. Then law enforcement listens to see what will happen next. Will Donna Adelson go straight to the police to report this extortion attempt, or will something else entirely happen? As suspected, based on the previously observed communication pattern.
I just had a thought here, right? The bump, how they decided to go for Donna, target Donna first. I've heard some people say, why didn't they go to Charlie? Why didn't they go to Wendi? But, it seems a good idea to go for Donna. But would they have really been so sure pre-bump? I mean, it's post-bump where the big evidence. This has to do with the two of us. This TV's going to be about 5 and all of the rest of it. It's post-bump where most of the tangible evidence comes out about Donna. I'm just thinking, what is there beforehand? There's the vicious emails. That's not enough to convict. It helps create the aura around the story for better evidence. But before the bump, would law enforcement? I mean, what if they got that wrong and Donna didn't know anything, and Charlie had done it all on his own? Would they have gotten anywhere with that? I'm just trying to work out how much of a gamble that was for law enforcement, or if they had... Because they would have already... They were already listening on the phone. We've heard the wiretaps of pre-bump stuff, right? But they weren't talking about this. They thought they were scot-free for 2 years. So, what was it that made law enforcement confident enough to put all their Adelson eggs in Donna's basket? What was that? What was that?
The first person that Donna Adelson calls after the bump is the defendant. Despite the fact that the undercover agent never mentioned the defendant to her. On that first call, one would think that Donna Adelson would say to her son, it's so crazy, some man came up to me and he's handed me this article about Danny's murder, and he's seems like he's demanding money from us. She never says any of that. In fact, she never says Dan Markel's name at all. Instead, she tells the defendant that she needs to talk to him in person. In person. not over the phone, about some paperwork that was hand-delivered to her. She said that this paperwork, she says this to the defendant, it involves the two of us, and that he should know what she's talking about. She says that he should bring cash to their meeting, and she also says that this TV is about 5. Donna Adelson tells the defendant that the man who approached her mentioned an ex-girlfriend. Donna Adelson never says which ex-girlfriend she's referring to. She never says Catherine Magbanois or Katie's name to the defendant in that phone call. She only says that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. The defendant never asks his mom, whose ex-girlfriend? My ex-girlfriend? Which ex-girlfriend? He never asked that. Because as the evidence will show, he didn't need to. He knew that this TV is about 5 meant that she was being blackmailed about Danny's murder for $5,000. And he knew that the ex-girlfriend in question was Catherine Magbanois. And we know that because after this call with his mother, who's the defendant? The defendant calls Catherine Magbanois. He doesn't call his most recent ex-girlfriend. He doesn't even call the most recent ex-girlfriend because before the most recent ex-girlfriend, the one before that. No, he calls Catherine Magbanois. And his call to Catherine Magbanois is the only call that he makes to any ex-girlfriend after getting the information from his mother that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. And he had not dated Catherine Magbanois for 1.5 years at that point. And although the defendant threatens to do it often, neither he nor his mom ever report the matter to the police. The only people that he discusses it with in these calls is Donna Adelson and Catherine Magbanois. And you'll hear these phone calls between the conspirators, and as you listen to these calls, y'all will notice that they are being cautious about what they say over the phone. It's very apparent that they are very careful with their words because they are immediately suspicious that law enforcement could be listening to their conversations. So Donna Adelson calls.
Hey, I think Paul M. might have a good point here. The call train ended at Donna. They wanted to follow the trail. Okay, so they would have seen a pattern with the calls. When they got Sigfredo's number from the tower dump at Premier Fitness. That connected eventually, after all the analysis, after Sergeant Corbett had been sitting in his basement analyzing cell phone tower dump information for 1 year, missing every important occasion, his wife, I just imagine the guy, he's so passionate about what he does, I just imagine that, tower dump information comes first with Sergeant Corbett, obviously, and family after that. So he's been sitting there, and he's been looking at the cell phone patterns, Sigfredo, Katie, Charlie, Donna, and there would have been that repeat train over some period of time around the murder. That would have been a pattern that was regular, or maybe not regular is the right word, but repeated is a better word. So through that, they can sort of see this cluster as being the conspirators, and that may have been the thing to assure them that Donna does have knowledge, because whenever there's that train, Donna's on the end, right? I like the thinking, Paul. I think that's probably at least one of the elements that came into it. There may be more. Spot the evidence, guys. Come up with some more ideas. I like this game. And thank you so much, Chansey, again, for the fantastic super chat. Thank you, Chansey. Much appreciated.
The defendant, and the defendant's first call is to Catherine McBanois. After that, the defendant then meets up with his mom in person, like his mom requested. And his mom gives him this paperwork that the undercover agent gave her. Then next, the defendant and Catherine McBanois meet up in person. And they meet up at a restaurant in Miami called Dolce Vita. And while they sat at their table, in this Dolce Vita is a busy, noisy restaurant, an undercover FBI agent sat at a table nearby with a hidden camera in their bag and recorded this conversation. And in the recording, we hear the defendant discussing whether the man who walked up to his mom could be an undercover police officer or someone who's trying to blackmail them. And if it's the latter, if it's a blackmailer, is it somebody who's just trying to make a quick buck, or is it somebody who actually knows information from the inside?
Information from the inside, like the closely guarded family secret Adelson recipe for banana bread that came all the way from the old country. In fact, when the Adelson ancestors arrived at Ellis Island, all they had with them was one loaf of banana bread.
The defendant reassures Catherine McBanois that if it is the police, that's a good thing. The defendant thinks that if it's the police, that means that they do not have enough evidence to charge anybody. In fact, the defendant tells her, if they had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport. The defendant starts giving her some legal advice. He says that, hey, in order to prove that someone committed a crime, you have to be able to put the person at the scene of the crime at the time it was committed, which unfortunately for them is not an accurate statement.
Why the hell did he think that? I mean, anyone who watches even some basic fictional TV show would know better than that. You know, you don't know about conspiracy to commit murder? I mean, any movie that's got a hired hit in it, right? You don't have to be at the scene of the crime. Why does he think that? He can't. Does he not really think that? Is he just trying to act like to Katie that everything's okay? Maybe that's it. Or is he seriously that dumb? He's certainly not bright, you know. He can talk pharmacy language about dental medicine, but that's just, you know, repetition. He's not a smart guy. He's not a smart guy. But I find it pretty hard to believe that anyone could actually think that. He was probably just trying to say that to Katie to act like everything's okay.
Of the law. It's important to note, too, at the time of this conversation at Dolce Vita, no arrests had been made. The only thing that police had released to the public was a photo of the Prius that fled the scene. This was the Prius that Garcia and Rivera rented and used the day of Dan Markel's murder. So police knew at that point that it was Garcia and Rivera who were in the Prius, but the public did not know that yet, and no arrests had been made because they wanted to do this undercover investigation. And so the fact that this...
Yeah, there's no way in hell that there was a banana bread that Donna made banana bread and brought it to Dan. That's absolutely demonstrably false and shouldn't even be considered as a reality. You know, no way, no way. I bet my life on it. You know. Thank you, Jill Jane, for the fantastic super sticker with this big, nice cat. That's great. Thank you, Jill Jane. Kiwi Vanderman says Kappelman is the OG. But great to see Sarah Dugan is also extremely capable to hit home runs against the defense. Oh, she is. She is. They both are. But I agree that Georgia is the big dog on the big rock, right? Georgia's the bear, Sarah's the pit bull. That's just how it is.
Photo of this Prius had been released to the public is interesting in light of some of the things that y'all will hear the defendant say to Catherine Magbanua in the Dolce Vita recording. He starts giving Catherine Magbanua several analogies, all involving rental cars used to commit crimes. He reassures her that, hey, if DNA is found in a car, all that means is that at one point the person sat in the car. And if that car was later used in a crime, police can't prove that just from a person's DNA being in the car. The defendant points out to her that if a rental car is found that was at a crime scene, police also have to prove who was driving it at the time. He gives her a very relevant hypothetical of her renting a car in Miami and someone asking to borrow it and driving to Orlando to commit a robbery, and how she would be innocent in that hypothetical because she wasn't in the car at the time of the robbery. So through these analogies, the defendant is reassuring Catherine Magbanua that even if police identify who rented the car that fled the scene, they still would not have enough evidence to hold anybody responsible for the murder, even if they did find out it was Garcia and Rivera. The defendant also says that crimes are tough to prove unless someone actually witnessed the suspect commit a crime, or a suspect makes a confession, or a suspect is caught on a wire talking about the crime. So
Hey, Kiwi Vanderman has been chatting with June in the DMs. Hey, put out a word. We'd love to speak to June on the show. We'll be very nice to her. Be great to have her opinion.
the defendant's trying to reassure her about the lack of evidence. And hey, as long as we all stay quiet, then we don't have anything to worry about. At one point, the defendant asked her, let me ask you a question. And then he asked her about money. He says, when everybody was there the next day, did you take any money? Like, are any of you driving around in a Bentley? Or no, it's not like any of you are driving around in a Bentley or cruising around in a mega yacht. So here the defendant's point.
Yeah, because you can buy a Bentley and a mega yacht for $100,000 and
out that the money wasn't used to buy anything flashy that would draw the attention of the police. And when discussing, and you all will hear during the course of this trial why his statement or his question about the money from the next day is particularly important. The evidence will show that Catherine Magbanua went to the defendant's home the night of the murder, where he paid her in cash. And the next day, Catherine Magbanua paid Garcia and Rivera their cuts of the money. When discussing the possibility of
Yeah. I mean, can you believe? I think the prosecution really held back on a lot of things that they could have said against Charlie Adelson's extortion story. The Dolce Vita conversation where he's like, the next day when everyone was there, it's That's just not what you would say, is it? And why would you say you're not cruising around in a Bentley, are you? With all of the money that you've been extorting from me.
Whether this is actually some gangster trying to blackmail his family for money, the defendant says that whoever this person is, whoever it is, knows information. The defendant told Catherine McManua that there are two ways of dealing with this guy. They could call the police, but then the guy blackmailing them would be charged with trying to blackmail his family. And the blackmailer would start talking, and he would start calling out Catherine McManua's name. And then police are going to be asking questions about what happened. The other option is to pay the blackmailer, but let him know that this is a one-time thing, and try to scare the blackmailer off by saying, hey, if you come around again, we're going to the police. So the defendant then gives Catherine McManua very precise instructions. He wants her to call the blackmailer and tell him that, this would be what he wants Catherine McManua to say. My friends, meaning the Adelson family, have no idea what you're talking about. And I don't have any idea what you're talking about either. But the name of the person who you said is incarcerated sounds familiar. So I'm going to give you this money as charity to help the less fortunate. But don't contact these people again, or they're going to go to the police. And the defendant said he would give Catherine McManua the $5,000 to pay off the blackmailer, except he's concerned, though, that this won't resolve the issue for good. The defendant is worried that this guy is not going to go away, that he's going to keep coming back for more and more money. And the defendant offers a solution to have this blackmailer killed, and he says he's willing to pay whatever it takes. The defendant tells her that, this is the defendant talking to Catherine McManua, this guy, meaning the blackmailer, is effing with him and his wife. And you'd better kill him or he's going to be a big problem because he knows who you are. And the defendant then says, if he can't handle this, I'll have somebody else do it. The defendant says, so help me God, if they fuck with my family, it's going to be Nazi shit because this will be done. I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend. It's important to know.
Yeah, isn't it funny when people are pretending to talk tough? I think the tough ones don't speak. They just smile and nod and get you later, right? This will be done. I don't care what I spend. It's gonna be fucking Nazi shit, so help me God. It's like, yeah, alright, amateur dramatics. Sit down there, Sparky. And then Katie jumps on that whole thing as well. And they just made a big mistake. You motherfucker.
No, during this conversation and the entire wiretap, the defendant never says Sigfredo Garcia's name. But the evidence will show that the defendant was talking about Sigfredo Garcia when the defendant says that the blackmailer was effing with him and his wife. And if he can't do it, I'll find someone else who will. Because immediately after that, the defendant checks with Catherine McManua to make sure that Garcia has no hard feelings towards him, no reason not to help him. He says, hey, I have you on salary. You think he'd be...
Does anyone else think that the jury would have been happy to start deliberations right now, even before Sarah has finished her opening statement? It's like, where is the doubt? There's no doubt. There's no doubt. There's no possible doubt, probable doubt, reasonable doubt. There isn't one. It's not there. And Rashbaum doesn't exactly fucking set the room on fire when he comes up. Maybe we should Maybe we should give Rashbaum a play after this. Been kind of missing him. Been kind of missing hating him. You know? Am I happy? I'm interested to see Jackie Fulford. You know, she has people. I know that there's mixed feelings about her skill and whatever. I mean, perhaps I wouldn't go so far as to say that she's skilled, but she certainly made it clear that she is willing and intending to put her points across vigorously. And I think, you know, as far as what would ultimately be better for Donna, Dan Rashbaum's style, or Fulford and Zellman. Zellman hasn't really impressed me at all. I've not thinking that's worth much, but I think Jackie might have a few cards to play, put it that way. Ultimately, I think she's better off with her current legal team. And that Morris guy, what was that? What do we call him? The Scalp. Let's see if we can bring up a picture of Morris. Is it Alex Morris? The Scalp. Okay, that's not him. He's not black. Lawyer. God damn it. Oh, there he is. Save image as Alex. Let's put him up. Image. There he is. Yeah, this guy really had nothing, did he? You've got no place in the same courtroom as Sarah and Georgia. I mean, neither does Rashbaum, frankly, but I think everyone was kind of happy to entertain him because it was like trying to work out what's wrong with that guy, right? Not competent, but experimental. The Scalp, just, yeah, I didn't see much of anything at all. I think ultimately she's better off with her current legal team. And the fact that they are fresh, you know, Rashbaum had been retained since 2016. That's almost 10 years now. I mean, what if he had tunnel vision and just got stuck on the same old excuses? Maybe Jackie and Zellman coming in, you know, they're just going to see things from a fresh angle and try a different way. I think ultimately Donna's better off with her current legal team.
Happy about that. And he also says, I mean, our paths never crossed, meaning, hey, Garcia wasn't in the picture.
Okay, we're going to have a coffee right now, guys. I got to put a coffee on just to heat up. But if you would like to support the channel and you would like to find a way to do that, you have found it right now, because there's a link in the description for buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix, where you can buy us a coffee and help support the channel and all that we do at the Metrix studio. You know, it is quite a lot. It is quite a lot. It's quite an undertaking. You know, it's just me and the dog, the sound controlist dog, but and of course the moderators and the general community all chip in as well, which is fantastic. But yeah, we do accept donations of support in the form of coffee on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Thank you so much, guys.
When he and Catherine McMahon were together, there wasn't any overlap. After hearing that the defendant wants someone killed and is willing to pay whatever it takes to get it done, Catherine McMahon then asked the defendant to help her out. And the defendant reassures her that she'll be taken care of by saying, he says, I don't have to. Sometimes those chairs can be a little wobbly. I know this has taken a bit, but I'm almost done. Thank y'all for being patient. All right, so she asked him to help her out. And the defendant reassures her that she'll be taken care of. He says he doesn't have to tell her the things that he'll do for her. He shows her what he'll do for her. She doesn't have to ask him for anything. He looks for things to do. He says, hey, when someone's birthday's coming up.
I like what she just did there. I guess it was a jury member that almost fell off their chair or something, and you know, she pauses, kind of breaks character, and attends to the needs of the jurors, making sure that they're not getting overwhelmed and just, you know, we're almost done. This is a big story, but thank you for your attention. It's, you know, those touches matter a great deal.
Or there's car problems. She doesn't have to ask. He looks for ways to help. And after his meeting with Catherine McMahon, the defendant immediately calls Donna Adelson to let her know that everything's fine. And he does this using some pretty obvious code words, which y'all will hear. And you'll hear the conspirators often use words to mask the meaning of what they're actually talking about. Catherine McMahon, then also using these code words, tasked Garcia with calling the number on the paperwork and finding out if a blackmailer is a legitimate associate of Rivera or not.
Oh, she thought she was such a genius when she. Do you remember when Catherine McMahon, like the phone number for the undercover agent that Charlie gave to Catherine for her to call and find out what the fuck is going on? She wrote down that number and gave it to Sigfredo on a piece of paper, and the number ended in 6571 or something like that. And she called him up and she was like, hey, I need to get some clothes for the kids. It comes to 6571. You know, who would say that? No one would say that. You'd be like, it's $70. Yeah, the price for the clothes is 6571. And he doesn't even get it. He's like, what? What are you talking about? You know what I wrote down? 6571, the cost for the clothes? Idiot. There was no code.
In the series of recorded calls that follow, you guys are going to hear these conspirators talking and using words like TV, false leads, listings, properties, clients, rap songs, CDs, Potbelly Pigs, relationship advice, all these different terms that are normal terms any of us may use, but they're used in context in these calls that, if you're listening to the conversation, do not make any sense. For example, in the calls, the defendant and Catherine McMahon don't outright debate the pros and cons of whether they should pay this blackmailer. Instead, they talk about the fact that this property is cheap. They might expect a property like this to even be $1 million. This property seems like a great deal, but if you get the wrong tenant in there, the tenant may keep increasing the rent, and that tenant may become a leech that never leaves you. So it will be up to y'all to decide whether this defendant is actually worried about a future tenant of a property that might raise the rent and pay him more money, or if the defendant is actually worried that if he pays off the blackmailer, then the blackmailer may continue to come back again and again, or send a cousin or a friend to become a leech that never leaves him, that he can't get rid of. In another of these calls, the defendant tells Catherine McBanoa that whoever this person is, this blackmailer is.
Charlie thought he'd got two birds with one stone there, didn't he? He was like, this is fantastic. Not only if law enforcement are listening, will they not know that I'm really talking about the blackmailer, but it will also appear that Catherine McBanoa is doing some sort of paid work for me, which will justify the paychecks. He thought he'd got that one. I bet he was dancing around his fucking Whale Harbour house when he came up with that. It didn't work out well, Charlie. Look where you are.
He's got a lot of effing details. And in another, they discuss the fact that this blackmailer is not from the inside. And the defendant says that this guy is probably not from the first layer, but the second layer. So not someone
of tenants. The first layer of tenants.
who got info from Garcia, and maybe somebody who got info from Rivera. But one fact, and let me just say, as the jury, you all will interpret and decide what they're really talking about in these calls. Only y'all can determine the meaning and the weight to give this evidence, and only you can separate just mere coincidences from evidence in a conspiracy. But one fact, though, is really clear throughout these calls, is that all of these conspirators are hopeful that this blackmailer is law enforcement just trying to get information, because they think if it's law enforcement, then the police don't have enough to bring charges, just fishing for information versus the other possibility.
Would you be confident if, I guess it's in comparison to it being some trigger-happy Latin king, so maybe there's something to it. But would you be confident that the FBI are just fishing? They don't have enough to bring us in. Well, that's why they're following you and tapping your phones, dickhead. and you keep giving them more evidence. Yeah.
Which would obviously be much worse for them, that the Adelsons are being blackmailed by somebody who actually knows inside information about their roles in Dan Markel's murder and may tell the police what they know. So, after this undercover operation, which was in 2016, Luis Rivera, Sigfredo Garcia, and Catherine McBanoa are...
Strangely, Acapella, it's actually a Vietnamese pot-bellied pig, isn't it? I think Charlie's on a boat at some point on the phone with Katie, and he's talking about a Vietnamese pot-bellied pig.
Are arrested. They're charged with the same charges before y'all in this trial. And Luis Rivera ended up cutting a deal with the state to tell law enforcement the truth about the murder of Dan Markel and the people responsible. Rivera told law enforcement that he was hired by Sigfredo Garcia to help kill Dan Markel. And Rivera described how Garcia told him that Catherine McBanoa, the mother of Garcia's children, secured this job for them. And the job was in Tallahassee, and it paid $100,000, with Rivera's being about a third of it, $35,000. Rivera explained that he and Garcia actually made 2 trips to Tallahassee with the intent of killing Dan Markel. The first one was a month before the murder, It was in June of 2014. And the second was when Dan Markel was actually killed in July of 2014. Rivera said that he bought a gun off the street for that second trip, and Garcia rented a car. For the June trip. Rivera bought a gun off the street, and Garcia rented the car for that trip. Garcia and Rivera did some scouting on that trip of Dan Markel's residence, some surveillance, but ultimately couldn't get the job done. They ended heading back to Miami. During the trip to Tallahassee, he said that Garcia had a piece of paper with a picture of the man that they were supposed to kill on it, and some handwritten notes as well. Cell phone records corroborated Rivera's information about the June trip. Rivera also told a story about an incident in Tallahassee where he and Garcia were riding down the road in the rented Prius, and Garcia accidentally discharged the murder weapon, and the bullet struck the floorboard of the Prius. Law enforcement tracked down that actual Prius again and were able to see evidence in the undercarriage that corroborated.
What do you think the percentage is of people that have accidentally discharged a firearm into the floor of a moving vehicle, severing the gas line? It's low. It's low, right?
Corroborated Rivera's information about the accidental discharge. So they're looking at the phone.
Like as if you haven't got enough to worry about. You know, in broad daylight, on a street with other cars, probably quite a few of other cars. Crazy.
Evidence, or trying to find whatever they can to kind of corroborate what he's telling them. I mentioned earlier that both men, Garcia and Rivera, cut their phones off from the time that they left Premier and kept them off until well after the murder when they're on their way back home. Rivera said that the first call that either of them made after the homicide was from Garcia to Magbanois, where Garcia told her that the job was done, and Magbanois assured them that they would get their money the next day, which they did. Rivera says when Catherine Magbanois brought cash to him at his home. And all this information that Luis Rivera provided them was corroborated by, including when the money was dropped off, was corroborated by cell phone records in this case. Luis Rivera told police that the next day after the murder, he was paid in cash by Catherine Magbanois, and that the money was packaged in a very unusual way. The money was in stacks of $100 bills, and the money was stapled together. The stacks of 100s, every $1,000 was stapled together. During this trial, y'all will hear that the defendant had access to a lot of cash, and nothing's wrong with that. He had a lot of cash because his family gives cash discounts at their dental practice, and he keeps the cash.
Adelaide to, where was it? Somewhere near Perth. Did she fly east-west?
That he receives in a safe. Again, nothing wrong about that either. However, what is relevant in this case is that the defendant had a very unusual practice of keeping the cash in his safe in $1,000 stacks of $100 bills that were stapled together, just like the money Luis Rivera received. Over the last few years, since the 2016 arrests and interview of Luis Rivera, law enforcement has not stopped working on this case. There were trials in 2019 and 2022, so right before the pandemic and right after the pandemic, of co-conspirators. Law enforcement also continued to try to gather all the evidence that they possibly could. They continued to interview people who may possibly have any information about the case. They tried to clarify any audio recordings that couldn't be clearly heard. while the...
Yeah, Lee Abbey says, full Mensa squad, discharge guns into gas lines, wash and staple bills, go to the crime scene. How did they ever get caught? I mean, that is a small list of the blunders in this case. Maybe we should do a video on that. All of the major blunders in this case from everyone. I mean, no one did a clean job here. Let's just think about that for a second. Did anyone do no, nobody. The smartest guy in the whole thing is obviously Shadrach Nobles.
Phone wiretaps are very clear. The wiretap conversations that took place in public places when these people were meeting in person were not clearly audible back in 2016. Some still aren't. But because these public places are often too noisy. For instance, the recording of the conversation between the defendant and Catherine Magbanua at Dolce Vita had too much background noise to be able to clearly hear what the conspirators were talking about. However, since 2016, as technology developed over the years, and thanks to law enforcement's just continued dedication, law enforcement eventually found an expert that was formerly employed by the CIA with improved technology and enough expertise to clarify this recording at Dolce Vita that y'all will hear. And he did that by being able to reduce as much background noise as possible. And once this recording was clarified, which was actually just early last year in 2022, the state arrested this defendant. The presentation of this evidence, as y'all can see from opening, it's a...
Jill Jane says, when you're rich, you can make a blunder. They were playing games. They thought they could succeed. Well, I think they're just so used to, what is the word? Preferential treatment, or they're so used to money empowering them that there was a false sense of security, where if it's like, if we're paying for a load of stuff, then we're safe. They're just used to that in much lower crimes, petty crimes, whatever, or there's a false sense of security. $100,000 for fucking the job that Lewis and Sigfredo did. That job wasn't worth $10,000. Not at all.
It's a lot of information. It's going to take a little bit of time.
$10,000 plus expenses.
And it may be tedious at times. And I want to thank y'all in advance for the careful attention to all of the evidence y'all see and hear during this trial. When you'll see that this defendant carried out his plan to hire a hitman to kill Dan Markel. He conspired and he solicited Catherine Magbanua to get this murder done. And he paid her for the job once it was completed. This defendant acted in furtherance of this murder plot that went beyond just thinking about it or talking about it. And these acts make him guilty as a principal to first-degree murder, just as if he pulled the trigger himself. While the defendant's choices helped solve a problem within his family, they came at a very high price. He took the life of a loving father of 2 little boys, and he caused a lifetime of grief for Dan Markel's loved ones. Y'all heard a lot in jury selection about how important this trial is to the defendant, which I'm sure it is. But Dan Markel was loved. He was a brother. He was a son. And this trial is his family's opportunity to see justice done for the person who set up their son's murder. And at the conclusion of this evidence, y'all will be convinced beyond any reasonable doubt that this defendant is guilty. And at that point, we'll ask you for the only verdict that does justice in this case, which is a verdict that the defendant is guilty as charged. Thank y'all.
Thank you, sir.
Is prepared to give its opening statement.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Well, I think we should do rash bail, huh? Anyone got a problem with that? I mean, wasn't really the aim of tonight's video, but it's just where we've ended up, right? I'm going for it.
Is the defense prepared to give its opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Judge, we just need one moment to fix wires.
Go ahead.
You see, this is Rashbaum's charm, right? That's the same thing that you do when you're talking to a CEO, when you adjust the cameraman. You know, it's like, we just need a moment to fix wires. No need to trouble you, Judge, with the with the modernity of technical details. Fix wires. We need to fix wires. That's his kind of charm, right? And Judge Everett seems to actually quite enjoy it. And Georgia always has an expression on. I mean, not this one here, but a lot of the times when he does his little munchkin charm thing he does, you can see her rolling her eyes. But also almost not in a pissed off way. Almost in, oh, here we go again, you know. Munchkin charm and... High heels on Sarah Dugan, you see that? What are they, 4 inches? Pause. Check that out. Or maybe not 4 inches. It's more than 2. Man, I just couldn't wear shoes like that.
May I proceed, Your Honor? You don't have to jump the gun.
Yeah, right. I pictured Danny. Do you remember those stools that you had in the kitchen where you could lift up the seat on a hinge and it would be a little step ladder? So you could, you know, if you need to get something from the top shelf in the kitchen, you just take the stool and turn it into a step ladder. If Daniel Rashbaum just starts bringing one of those to the podium, flips up the lid, pulls out the steps, and climbs up 3 or 4, of the little steps just to reach the microphone. What does Michelle need to know? Michelle says, Neverly, darling, can you tell me what time this started? What, this stream? This stream started at 8:30 Eastern. So we've been going for an hour and 50.
Your Honor.
You may.
Good morning. I didn't get to talk to you that much the last couple of days. My name is Dan Rashbaum, and with me is Kate Myers.
A little quiet.
And we represent Charlie.
Turn him up a bit.
Now let me start by saying the obvious.
Just let me know if that audio is too high or too low on the video, guys.
The murder of Professor Markel was a tragedy. The world lost a brilliant legal mind. His family lost a son and a brother. This community
suffered a tragic loss. I don't know why he's doing this. There's no logical reason for him talking like that. That's not going to win people to your point of view. I guess he thinks that it makes it digestible. It's a third grade level, right? Well, if Dan made it for a third grade level, he should have made it for a 1 grade level or an 0 grade level. The people of Tallahassee don't know how to understand and listen. So Dan Rashbaum's up there patronizing the fuck out of the jury. This community lost a brother, a friend, mentor and colleague to a tragic loss.
lost its sense of security and lost a good citizen. And his 2 boys, the nephews of Charlie Adelson, lost a loving father. His senseless murder continues to be felt throughout this community and others. It was inexcusable, despicable, evil. But what I'm going to tell you today is what actually happened. You will see that Charlie Adelson had nothing to do with the murder of Professor Markel. You will see that the state cannot come close to meeting its burden. Why? Because Charlie Adelson is innocent. Now, I don't have to prove innocence. What I'm telling you, I very rarely say in a courtroom as a defense lawyer. Charlie Adelson is innocent. And we'll get there. But the next thing I'm going to tell you, I also rarely say in a courtroom. And you may be surprised to hear this from a defense lawyer. I have great respect for the prosecutors and law enforcement on this case. I have admiration for their efforts after the murder of Professor Markel in trying to find out who did it. You will see that they spent countless man-hours, cell phone tower dumps, surveillance videos from a boatload of places, buses, cameras on the street. Great law enforcement activity. And it paid off. They got the 3 killers. They convicted them. Sigfredo Garcia, convicted for life. Luis Rivera, Catherine Magbanua, convicted for life. Problem is, as you just heard, the state saw no connection between these people and Professor Markel. So from the very outset, the state suspected the Adelsons, the family. You saw the chart. It wasn't limited to Charlie Adelson. Unindicted co-conspirators in this case, the state has said it, Wendi Adelson, Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson. The state knew, as you heard, that Wendi Adelson and Professor Markel had gone through a brutal divorce. You're going to see it. But they couldn't find the connection. But then they had their aha moment. As you heard, they determined that at the time of the murder in 2014, Charlie Adelson was dating Catherine Magbanua. And they learned that Catherine Magbanua had had a previous relationship, on again, off again, with Sigfredo Garcia. They learned that Sigfredo Garcia and Catherine Magbanua shared 2 children together. They had their connection. The problem is, that's where the state began to guess, began to make assumptions. And you will see, we will show it, that those assumptions didn't make sense. Now, I love jigsaw puzzles. I've loved them since I'm young. The reason why I love them is because they only work if every piece fits. No matter what you do with a jigsaw puzzle, if a piece doesn't fit,
Look, I can understand using a jigsaw puzzle analogy briefly. You say all the pieces need to fit, and you could even say something about trying to hammer a piece in that doesn't fit to make the picture. That's all you need to say. This thing where he goes into like, I've loved jigsaw puzzles. I've loved them since I was young. The reason that I love jigsaw puzzles is because they only work when every piece fits. Like that's some fucking Taoist proverb of the meaning of the universe or something, that's supposed to make you have this enlightened moment where you just go, I get it. They do only work if every piece fits. How do you think Rashbaum felt when Georgia started referencing his jigsaw, like when she's saying to Charlie Adelson, "We all know now, Doctor, because you have revealed the puzzle piece that Katie Magbanua was the blackmailer." Dan Rashbaum's sitting right there thinking, she's using my thing and using it against me.
it becomes a mess. You can't hammer it, and you can't ignore it. Because if you ignore it, you have holes in the puzzle. What you're going to see is with regards to this case, that's exactly what the state tried to do. They heard things, they saw things, but there were problems. They couldn't fit all the pieces together under their theories. Their theories that they told you about today. I'm going to show you how those puzzles, those pieces, they didn't fit. They don't fit. And why? Respectfully, the state does not know what happened on July 18, 2014. On that day, 2 crimes occurred. The first one, the state knows about, and that was the brutal, heinous murder of Professor Markel. The other one, they don't know about. They're about to find out like you. Because that day would forever change Charlie Adelson's life. But before we get there, I like cliffhangers. It's important to give you some background and timeline of the events. Charlie Adelson is 46 years old, single with a young son. He grew up in South Florida, in Coral Springs in Broward County. His father was a dentist, a local dentist. It wasn't the Adelson Institute when Charlie was growing up. It was a small dental practice with his dad. Charlie is the middle child of 3. He is very close with his parents. As they said, he is very close with his mom. Growing up, the family was middle class. And Charlie was not particularly close with either of his siblings. He grew closer with Wendi as they got older. He went to college at the University of Central Florida, went to dental school in South Florida, and then periodontic school. When he graduated as a periodontist, he had an idea. Rather than work in his own practice, he figured that he could travel around to dental practices all over South Florida. He would be a traveling periodontist. So what you are going to learn in this case is that Charlie Adelson had practices from the very south of South Florida to as far places as Jupiter. He was in the car sometimes for hours in a day. And he worked a lot. You're going to see that. He was a workaholic. He spent a lot of time in that car. And what did he do when he was in the car to pass the time? He spoke a lot on the phone. He would talk to whoever would listen to him. And you're going to see in this case, this is one thing we won't deny, Charlie Adelson likes to talk. And he likes to repeat himself. And who would he speak with the most? He'd speak with his girlfriend. He'd speak with his mom. He'd speak with his friends. Now, Wendi Adelson, who's a state witness, followed a different path. She went to a prestigious university in Boston. She then went to school in England on a Truman Fellowship, and later went to law school. She got scholarships for law school and college. Soon after starting law school, she met Dan Markel, and they fell in love. They got married. They ultimately moved to Tallahassee, where they both worked for FSU, Professor Markel as a law professor of the law school. Charlie Adelson didn't have much to do with either Professor Markel or Wendi during their marriage or before their marriage. He would talk to his sister periodically, maybe once every 2 or 3 weeks. They lived in Tallahassee for years. Charlie Adelson visited him in Tallahassee 2, maybe 3 times. Charlie loved his sister. He sought advice from her, as she did with him every once in a while. But they weren't super close. They were brother-sister. The truth is that Charlie Adelson was a little self-centered. He was building his career. See, that traveling periodontist, in the beginning, it wasn't that successful. But by the time of this case, in the 2013-2014 time period, you're going to see that Charlie Adelson was making a lot of money. His practice was booming. He was working 6, sometimes 7 days a week. You'll see it on the wires. You'll see it in text messages. He would start his day early in the morning, and most days he wouldn't get home till 8, 9, 10 at night. At the time when this murder occurred, he was not married. He had no kids. He had a lot of money. And he was living a very good life. Now, in 2012, Wendi Adelson, on a trip down to South Florida, confides in her brother that she was having problems in her marriage. She told Charlie that she and Professor Markel had been going through marriage counseling. She asked him what he thought. He said, "Look, I want you to be happy, but you have to do what's best for you. I'm here to listen." Charlie had no involvement whatsoever in Wendi's decision to divorce Professor Markel. You'll hear that. And in September of 2012, Wendi filed for divorce. And you're going to hear about how she filed for the divorce, and you're going to learn that Charlie had no involvement in her leaving the house. Had nothing to do with him.
Tay says, I have a sneaking suspicion some friction arose between Charlie and Wendi concerning her reimbursement, or his reimbursement, of some of the monies he fronted for the hit on Dan. What makes you think he fronted the money for the hit on Dan? I mean, there was talk, there was reference to him paying a third of the $1 million offer to Dan, but the hit was only $100,000. So if the parents were going to put up a third of $1 million anyway, why would... I think Charlie's role was in the organization. Maybe he was paying some to Katie after. I think the $100,000 came from Donna, but these people's money is all moving into each other's safes all the time anyway. I mean, it's all just one big pile of cash, really, isn't it? So I don't think any of them are short on cash. But, yeah.
But we got to talk about TVs. And you're going to hear a lot about TVs in this case. Excuse me. See, Charlie has a really bad history of telling bad jokes. So when Wendi left the house, his mom told him that she didn't have a TV. He asked her, he said, what can I do to help Wendi? She's moved to a new place. She's left most of the stuff behind. What can I do to help? And his mom said, she doesn't have a TV. He said, okay, when you go to Tallahassee, go to Best Buy, buy a TV for Wendi, and I'll pay you for it. And so Wendi got the TV, and she called Charlie. This is back in 2012. The murder's in 2014. And she thanked him for the TV, and he didn't say he looked into...
Don't forget that Jeff Lacasse testified that the TV in question that was broken was not a nice TV. It was like some, outdated kind of TV that you'd have in a second-hand TV that you'd get in a dorm room that wouldn't matter, that would probably get broken. So you don't put a nice one there. It's just some fucking old TV from a yard sale. Bulky, stupid DVD player in the back. I mean, who has that now? It's 10 years ago, but this story about Donna buying a TV on Charlie's behalf, it never fucking happened. Wendi took all the shit from the house. I bet she took the TV. I'd love to find out if she took the TV from the house. That'd be good information, wouldn't it?
Hiring a hitman, he joked, a bad joke, and he said it was cheaper than hiring a hitman. Now, not only was it a bad joke, but you're going to hear in this trial, Charlie repeated the joke. He repeated it a lot to a lot of people. You're going to hear that he repeated it as late as March of 2014. So the man that they think hired a hitman is joking to others about hiring a hitman.
What is this? This chart here? Does that look easy to infer? I mean, it's not the best. I mean, I get it, but it doesn't help that the years at the bottom are all different widths. You kind of get an unrealistic sense of spatial time because of that. And then there's this big green arrow on the right. 6 years go by. So what is it? Let's have a look here. September 10th, Wendi files for divorce. That's 2012. September 10th. January 14th, 2013, relocation motion, Tallahassee to Miami. Relocation denied 6 months later, or 5 months later. Divorce final, July 31st, 2013. October, Charlie Adelson begins dating Katie McBanoir. And asks her straight up, right? On Halloween that year, do you know anyone that can rough someone up? June 4th and 5th, first murder attempt. Road rage incident, that would be when the jet ski incident, when Sigfredo. So that happened in between the 2 trips. I'd never really thought about that. Okay. So October 31st, 2013, Charlie floats this idea. Do you know anyone that can rough someone up? It takes, 1, 2, 3, like 9 months for it to take place. And then in June, at the beginning of June, the first, they go up and try and do the murder, but they come back and having not done the murder. Then 3 weeks later, Charlie is taking Katie out on the jet ski, and Sigfredo is at the pizza place on the corner with the kids. Sigfredo sees Charlie picking Katie up, supposedly gets all jealous, loads up the kids into the car, rushes over to kind of make a fuss or whatever. And then, after that, just not even 3 weeks later, the hitmen, basically 2 weeks after that, Sigfredo and Lewis head up to Tallahassee and do the murder on the 18th. So that's all very close, isn't it? It's all very close. And then we've got nothing for the rest of 2014, nothing in 2015. And then April 19th is the bump. 25th of May, Garcia arrested. June 2nd, Rivera arrested for this, right? Because he was already... Before Garcia was arrested, Lewis was on his RICO charge, right? He'd already been charged with that. And then October 1st, Magbanawa arrested. 6 years go by to April 21. That's Wendy's birthday, isn't it? Or is it the 22nd? Charlie Adelson arrested. Weeks before the Magbanawa trial.
Puzzle pieces.
Puzzle pieces.
And you're going to learn why his repeating of that joke is going to be so important. I'm going to tell you in a little bit. Keep in the back of your mind. But let's first go back to the divorce. The divorce was bitter. It was emotional. Wendi Adelson and Professor Markel, they'd have good times. But when things were bad, they would fight about everything. And in January of 2013, Wendi Adelson filed a motion to relocate to South Florida with her 2 boys. That motion was opposed by Professor Markel. Now, what you're going to learn in this trial is that Wendi Adelson never thought that motion would be granted. Her lawyer told her that motion would never be granted. But she said, let's give it a shot. Charlie had very little to do with the motion. He knew she was filing it. He knew she didn't have much chance of getting it. And the motion was denied. When it was denied, it didn't change Charlie Adelson's life one bit. But unlike Charlie, his mom and dad were upset. They were upset because their daughter had a job opportunity in South Florida. She had no family support in Tallahassee, and they wanted her home. And you will see that Donna and Harvey Adelson are very involved in their children's lives. We won't run away from that. You will see that Donna Adelson and Harvey came up with a lot of crazy ideas. I mean crazy ideas. You're going to see them. You've heard about some of them. When they show you those crazy ideas, take a look if any of them includes murder. Doesn't. Take a look at any of those crazy ideas include anything illegal. It doesn't. Take a look at if they're actually then go to lawyers to make sure that their ideas are legal. Murderers. You heard it. Unindicted co-conspirators going to lawyers.
He does that all the time as well, doesn't he? You heard it. They all heard it now, just like you. Yeah, well, that's what happens when you talk and we listen.
To make sure that what they're offering is allowed. You're going to see that.
Yeah. You
But
heard it. Yeah,
the
that's
ideas
what
were crazy.
happens when you talk and
You're going to read the emails.
we listen. You speak and we hear the words you say.
A lot of emotion. A mother-in-law, a grandmother with a lot of emotion. And you're going to see that Wendi Adelson, she rejected them. She rejected the ideas. They were never presented to Dan Markel. And then you're going to see that there was another idea. They have mentioned it in their opening, but they don't understand the importance of it. See, at one point in time, Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson came with an idea to pay Professor Markel $1 million to allow their daughter to relocate. And they went to Charlie, who frankly by this point in time had more money than them. And they said, will you lend your sister $350,000? She'll pay you back or we'll pay you back. And he said, sure. And you're going to see that they presented this idea to Wendi Adelson. And the idea wasn't to take the boys out of Professor Markel's life. The idea was that with the $1 million, if Professor Markel agreed, he could live in South Florida and commute back and forth to Tallahassee. He could work out his schedule. He didn't teach every day of the week. He could work out his schedule so that he could still teach at the university and go back and forth. You're going to see that Wendi Adelson never made that offer.
Sounds great. I really want to, I'm already going up to New York once a month to lecture at NYU. I'd love to just throw into my busy, packed schedule at the high point of my career, multiple weekly trips up and down, going in and out of Miami International Airport on, 2 hours each way, the flight? Maybe a bit more? Yeah, no, that sounds great. Yeah, real easy.
But it's very important. Like the
hey,
joke.
Thanks so much, retired detective file, for the super chat. Yeah. I don't think many people like the ice cream goal. It was just meant to be a joke. We'll come up with something better next time for our goal on the channel, okay? But thank you, retired detective file. And, yeah. And don't forget, guys, a fantastic way to support the channel is on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix, link in the description.
I want you to put it in your back of your mind for now. Let's fast forward to October 2013. October 2013, Charlie started dating Catherine Magbanua. We'll call her Katie. She was beautiful. She was smart. Like Charlie, she graduated from UCF. She was hardworking. He met her in one of the dental practices. At first, the relationship was casual. They wanted it that way. Charlie particularly liked it, and liked Katie, because she had 2 children. He worked a lot. His priority was his job. And Katie didn't bother him a lot. He only saw her like once, maybe twice a week. That's what he liked. And she was smart. She was fun. And he treated her very well. And that was very different, you'll learn, from how she was treated previously. Now, you'll hear that he spent a lot of time with Katie over the months that they dated. And remember how I told you Charlie talks a lot and repeats himself a lot? Well, when they were together, he did just that. He talked about his day. He talked about what was going on in the world. He talked about his family, which, by the way, was a constant topic every single day. Because when Charlie's driving in the car every morning for an hour to work and an hour home, sometimes longer, he talked to his mom on the phone. And when he talked to his mom on the phone, what would be a topic of heavy conversation quite frequently? Wendy's divorce. All the problems in the divorce. They told you that. They told you that in opening. And what would Charlie do? He would tell these things to his girlfriend. And what were some of the things he told her? Well, he told her about the $1 million offer. He told her that he could pay it in cash. She said, that's a lot of money. He said, no, I have it in cash. And I'm going to get it back. He told her several times the joke. Over time, you're going to see through text messages that Katie wanted a deeper relationship. And you'll see that Charlie didn't want that. You'll also learn, and the timeline is important. They meet in September. They start dating in October of 13. You're going to see that over time, it takes a couple months, Charlie starts to learn a little bit more about Katie's ex, Sigfredo Garcia. And what you're going to learn is that Charlie Adelson never meets Sigfredo Garcia officially, but by all accounts, he was not a good guy. Violent. Long criminal history. Sigfredo Garcia and Katie had been high school boyfriend-girlfriend. And Katie was the love of Sigfredo's life. He lived for her. And you're going to see that Sigfredo Garcia hated Charlie Adelson. Puzzle pieces. So let me repeat it. You saw their chart. The shooter of Professor Markel, the man who murdered him, hated Charlie Adelson, according to them, his co-conspirator. And you're going to hear, not from our witnesses, from their own witnesses, that he wanted to kill Charlie Adelson. you're going to hear that in March of 2014, just 7 or 8 weeks before that first attempt of murder that they talk about, he tried to kill him. Puzzle pieces. You're also going to hear about a phone call on July 1, 2014. You're going to actually hear that July 1, 2014 call is how they found these guys. It's actually the craziest fact in this entire case, and there's a lot of crazy facts. You're going to hear that on July 1, 2014, Sigfredo Garcia made a call to the cell phone number of Harvey Adelson. It's the only call that helped investigators connect these folks to the Adelsons in the beginning. It actually broke the case. What they don't know, what you're going to see, it's in text messages. It's discussed on the wires. They don't know it because they don't understand it because they weren't there. Is that on July 1st, 2014, just 3 weeks or so after the first murder attempt. And by the way, just 17 days before the murder. Let me repeat that. The murder happens on July 18, 2014. On July 1st, 2014, Sigfredo Garcia tries to run Charlie off the road. He threatens him. And what you're going to hear...
What you're going to hear is you can totally tell all of the jury have already switched off this guy, right? Tone, the kind of like forced pleading. I mean, it's really, really poor. Really poor. He's got some things that he's quite good at charming the judge with the way that he objects and stuff like that. Judge Everett giggles several times during trial, but his only skill is charming his client. And if his client is a older Jewish woman that would be around the age of his own mother, that's his perfect client. And he got a good one here, right? What did he get for this? All in all, more than $2 million.
Is that on July 1, he's so upset that he calls the Adelson Institute. He doesn't realize that Charlie isn't the doctor at the Adelson Institute. He just comes in and out of the place. So he gets their voicemail machine, and you know how dentists are? They say in an emergency, call a cell phone number. They take your call at home on the cell phone number. Well, he hears in an emergency, call Dr. Adelson at such and such number. He thinks he's calling Charlie Adelson, but he calls Harvey Adelson. And he calls him, and he threatens him. He tells him, if you keep dating Katie, we're going to go mano y mano. I'm going to kill you. 17 days before, according to them, he conspired with this man to kill Professor Markel. Puzzle pieces. What you're going to learn is that in the spring of 2014, it became apparent to Katie that her dreams of financial security with Charlie were not going to work out. You will learn that Katie heard the hitman joke. You will learn that she heard the $1 million offer and she got some ideas in her head. The state itself has called Catherine Magbanawa the mastermind. And that's exactly what she was. So now, let's get to July 18th. I kept you waiting long enough. The June attempt didn't happen because Rivera didn't want to kill Dan Markel when his boys were around. See, what you're going to learn is during that June attempt on June 4th, 5th.
Rashbaum should have taken speech therapy classes and speech making classes. How to talk, how to give a speech, and how to talk.
Professor Markel had custody of the boys. You're going to learn that Professor Markel and Donna Adelson shared custody 50-50. But you're going to learn that the state thinks Donna Adelson was involved with her brother in a murder for hire, and she chose for the killers to kill her ex-husband when he had custody of her kids. Puzzle pieces.
Puzzle pieces.
So you're going to learn that Luis Rivera, who is a bad guy, he had some conscience somewhere and he didn't want to do it in front of the kids. So they came back. By the way, on July 18th, who had custody of the kids when the murder actually happened? Professor Markel. You're going to hear he dropped them off at school. But this family who did this so that their grandchildren could be with them were going to risk for 2 hired hitmen to go up when he had custody of the kids. Puzzle pieces. July 18th for Charlie starts as a normal day. He works. You're going to see he lives in Fort Lauderdale. Now, I don't know how many of you are familiar with South Florida, so I'm going to give you a little bit of geography lesson. He lives in Fort Lauderdale. That day he's working in 2 offices, because he'd often work in 2 offices a day. He'd work in the morning at one place and the afternoon at another. So he's working in 2 offices. The first office he's working in, both of them actually, are in Jupiter, Florida. Now, if you're familiar with South Florida, Fort Lauderdale and Jupiter are not close. With South Florida traffic, in the morning, he was in the car for at least 2 hours. Now, he came home late that night, you're going to hear, so traffic was a little bit better, but it's probably still an hour to an hour and a half. Jupiter is north of Palm Beach. When I drive up here and I hit Jupiter, I know I'm about a third of the way here. That's a good way to look at it. If you live in Fort Lauderdale, when you hit Jupiter, you're 1/3 done. He's in the car, and he's talking.
Hey, thanks so much, Molly and Riding Shotgun, for the super chats. Much appreciated, guys. Thank you so much.
On the phone. And you're going to see it. We're going to show you what the phone calls are about. He talks to his sister. Talks to his mom. Talks to his girlfriend. We'll talk to you about it. There are phone calls. You're going to see it. There are a lot of phone calls. And there are a lot of phone calls to his girlfriend.
Leslie says the court reporter cracks her up. And I've never even noticed. I'm going to be watching the court reporter now. Thanks for pointing that out, Leslie.
And there are a lot of phone calls to his mom. We're not going to deny that. And he works in these two offices. And at around 6 o'clock, you'll see a text message that he's about to start a very long surgery, a big procedure. By the way, the text messages throughout the day are normal. Just after 7 p.m., he gets a call from his mom. And he's told that Professor Markel has been shot. And he's shocked. He's upset. His first reaction is, Wendi and the boys okay? He's supposed to have dinner originally with a friend that night. But earlier in the day, that changes, and he's supposed to have dinner with Katie. And you're going to hear that Katie and him had gotten in a fight a couple days earlier about dinners. You'll hear it. And what you'll learn is after he finds out what happened, tells Katie he doesn't want to go to dinner. He leaves the office at around 8 o'clock in Jupiter. And you'll learn that Katie tells him she'll come to his house that night to comfort him. He's shook up. Now, let me be clear. You're going to hear he wasn't close with Professor Markel. They weren't friends. They had nothing in common. But he shook up because someone he knew, the father of his nephews, had been shot. When Katie arrived that night, and you're going to learn more details of how she gets there, what she has to do to get there. It's not planned. You're going to see that. The state's going to put on that evidence. You're going to learn that she's scrambling to get a babysitter. You're going to learn, by the way, that Charlie had seen her for lunch the day before. So if it's a murder for hire, why didn't she get the money then? Puzzle pieces. But you're going to learn that she gets there that night, sometime after 11. And when she gets there, she is frantic. She's upset. And he's scared because he's never seen her this way. And she sits him down and she tells him something terrible has happened. She says that a friend of hers had shot Professor Markel.
Good night, Amy. Catch you tomorrow. Thanks for being here.
She tells him over and over that she had nothing to do with it. But these people, she was talking too much. And her friend and these people learn about the problems that his family was having with Professor Markel. They learned about the $1 million offer. And they got it in their minds to do this. As you can imagine, his life has just forever been altered. He asks, who are these people? She won't tell him. It's not safe for you to know. Screaming at her. She won't tell him. Charlie had a guess. You will hear in detail what happened that night. You will learn that Charlie Adelson was told if he didn't pay within the next 48 hours, he or one of his family members would be next.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Tay. I mean, I kind of find him entertaining because he's so not entertaining. It's like he is the puzzle that we've got to work out. Why is he? I mean, this is how I see it. Right? Is that his job is done. He doesn't give a fuck about this. He's been paid already for the full, the full amount in advance, plus expenses. He's already got landscapers in, decorators. His wife is filling the house with auction furniture. Good auction furniture. Oh, maybe not auction. What's a really good place to buy furniture? I don't know. Denmark. His wife has already flown to Denmark to buy furniture. Yeah. He just doesn't give a fuck. He's just going through the motions, fulfilling his contractual obligation, putting on a case. It doesn't matter what he says. He's been paid.
You will learn that Katie repeatedly said that she had nothing to do with it and acted distraught. You will hear how she said that she would help him. You will learn about the initial payment. It wasn't $100,000. It was more than $100,000. He took out everything he had in his safe. You're going to learn about that. The state doesn't know it. It was more money. But you're going to learn he didn't have $350,000. So he had to pay every month. They don't know about that either. Payments every month. Does that sound like a murder for hire? Or does that sound like extortion? You're going to hear about these gifts. And you're going to learn that the gifts were just that. They were gifts. Because as time went on, he became more and more certain that Katie was not involved. He became more and more certain that she was helping him. And he wanted to keep her happy too because he needed her. He needed her help. And you will hear that the payments changed a couple months after the night of the extortion. 2 crimes. You'll hear that the payments changed and that Katie was put on the books of the Adelson Institute. Paper trail. They created a paper trail. Puzzles don't fit. Pieces of the puzzle don't fit. And you'll hear that in order to put her on the books, despite Katie telling him the night of July 18th, you can never talk about this with anyone. You can never talk on the phone about this. You can never talk about it in public. You can never talk about it anywhere. Because if they find out, they will kill you and your family. If they think the police are coming to you to talk to you, they will kill you. Look at what they did to Professor Markel. But you will hear that he told someone. He had to. He told his mom. You'll learn that she was the bookkeeper for the Dental Institute. You'll learn why he had to tell her. You'll learn about those checks. They've never been able to understand. Why are they so sequential? Why are they back and forth? You'll learn why. They talk about the bump in 2016. What I like to call is the second extortion. What they don't realize is that their undercover operation was an extortion on an extortion. They don't know it. It's not their fault. And we're going to go through the wires with you. We're going to go through Dolce Vita with you. And we're going to show you how they actually prove his innocence. We're going to show you how they are talking carefully. They're talking to him. He's talking about an extortion.
Yeah. Yeah. Who said that? Who said that? I think it was Tay. Where's the comment gone? Someone just said something about Wendi just wanting to drop the kids off with the... yeah. Wendi wanted to dump the boys off on her parents. Yeah. She blamed her mother for their existence at all. And I bet, all this bullshit of Wendi loves the boys. Absolutely not. They're nothing to her. They're nothing to her. I'm actually, I would be worried about their safety, and I wouldn't be surprised if law enforcement are worried about their safety. They're just, all they represent to Wendi, they are tools. They are tools for her to demonstrate she's a loving single mother, that's been through a terrible thing and has had to, When Wendi told the boys about Dan being dead, she got a rush out of that, man. She got a rush out of seeing their reaction. Which is really cruel, isn't it? Got a total, just a sadistic thing. Yeah, what else was I going to say? Yeah, so, and as they grow older, they look more and more like Dan, right? I bet that's fun. And they spent like 100% of the time with Donna. So, yeah. She doesn't give a fuck about those boys.
Happy if this bump is the police, because if it's the police, none of them are going to get killed. If it's a bad guy, they're in danger. If you do a murder with someone, the last person in the world you want this bump to be is the police. Because it means they're onto you. Puzzle pieces. Not from the first layer, she says, but from the second layer. I got goosebumps when she said it. It's one of my favorite lines in the recording.
He's a Rubik's Cube. Good one, Tay. He should have used that as his analogy. But the people of Tallahassee probably don't know what one is, let alone being able to solve one. I got real close once. There's a system, isn't there? I just can't remember what it was. Maybe I did do it, and then never wanted to do it again.
Not from the first layer, the first extortion, but from the second layer. 20 months later is the bump. That's the second layer to Charlie Adelson at that point in time.
And where's our Polish friend who lives in York? God, what is her name? Evelyn. Is it Evelyn? I think it's Evelyn. Yeah, she's got a collection of weird shape Rubik's Cubes. Like, I think she's got a pyramid and one that's got like 10, the grid is 10 by 10, not 3 by 3. Crazy, crazy stuff. One time I had a chess board with 3, sides. Normally it's a square with 2 sides, with 2 armies, if you like. But this one had 3, and it was like kind of this weird geometric. It wasn't a square grid. It was fantastic. I wonder what happened to that. I never got around to figuring out how to play it, but it was just cool to have. We should get one again.
You will also see, and what's going to be weird about this case, ladies and gentlemen, and you're going to start to see it today, much of their case, I agree about. They're going to put witnesses up there. I'm not going to ask them one question. Some of their evidence is exactly the truth. It just doesn't prove a murder. The stapled money, it's his money. You will also see that Sigfredo Garcia was arrested on May 25, 2016. You will see that Luis Rivera was arrested on June 2nd, 2016. You will see that Catherine Magbanua was arrested on October 1, 2016. Guess who wasn't arrested? Charlie Adelson. He wasn't arrested for 6 more years. And what you're going to see...
Yeah, well, he was arrested when that expert perfected the Dolce Vita recording. Well, maybe not perfected, but improved it. Wasn't that it? Was that the deal? I mean, did that take 6 years to do? Does seem like a long time. Maybe they were just fucking with him. What do you think? Do you think there's people following Wendi and listening? I mean, I guess that would be a very hefty... That would be adding up to one hell of a hefty cost to the taxpayer to put all of that surveillance for that amount of time. But what's the alternative? There must be some taps on her. Like maybe it's not 24/7, but they must be keeping an eye on her financial transactions or property deals. Stuff that has to be declared. On public record, city hall record, whatever. I mean, they must have a constant file on Wendi's stuff within reason, within cost reason.
Is that they have the exact same evidence in 2016 against Charlie Adelson that they do today. The same wires. They talk about an enhanced Dolce Vita recording. You're going to get both recordings. You determine if you can hear anything better. See, the state's case against Charlie Adelson is a case of assumptions. It's a case of guesses. It was not brought until weeks before Katie Magbanua's trial. You can ask yourself why.
I think there is a connection to Katie's trial. I think if Katie had been convicted at the same time as Sigfredo in the original 2019 trial, then Charlie Adelson would have been sooner apprehended after that. I think after Katie's mistrial, the DA's office had to, get their ducks in a row, make sure that they got it right, and get a conviction, secure a conviction. And perhaps, let me think about that. Perhaps, so if Katie went down the same time as Sigfredo 2019, Charlie Adelson could have been arrested soon after. There was enough probable cause, and they had a bunch of evidence that it's not dependent on Dolce Vita recording. So why arrest Charlie? Maybe they thought, if Katie goes down, he's going to flee, so we better get him before she goes on trial. Right? But Rashbaum's making it sound like that the prosecution was desperate and worried that they wouldn't secure a conviction, so they had arrested Charlie to support the case against Katie. Right? That's his angle here. But that's not true at all. That's not true at all. Hey, what's that? I think that's Evan. Evan's back. Hey, thanks so much, Evan, for the super sticker. Much appreciated, Evan. Mighty generous. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your attention. I want to ask for your patience in this case. A man's life is in your hands. He's innocent. Send him home. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. The attorney's going to approach.
How do you think that went, Charlie? Was that worth the money? That little performance? That little strange jigsaw puzzle Rubik's Munchkin? You heard it! You heard it! What can we do now? Where are we at? We kind of got sidetracked on tonight's topic. But that's okay. That's okay. I could go over this trial 1,000 times. But I don't think anyone wants that. What are people saying in chat? Let's have a look in chat. Arrest Harvey. Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen, Bob. You know? Certainly with Harvey, if they were going to arrest him, why wouldn't they have arrested him already? I've had enough of these things of, well, they've got to secure one conviction to get to the next. They should have put them all on trial together. You know? Just line them up and knock them down. Yeah. I mean, there's slightly more to be said with the Wendi thing on that subject, because people say, and I used to say, until the September 17th, what do you call it, continuance or postponement, I used to say, yeah, no, it makes sense, because if they arrest Wendi before she's called as a witness in Donna's trial, she'd plead the fifth and not say anything. I don't recall. I invoke my right to silence, whatever it is. But I had it with that theory because Wendy's... That's another video we've got coming out this week, guys. Looking at Wendy's testimonies and isolating, finding the what do you call it? The probative elements, because most of what she says on the stand is a load of shit, and much of it isn't to do with anything. There's a few things. It certainly doesn't seem like it's worth an immunity deal, right? Why has she got use and derivative use immunity? Why is that? So we want to look at those testimonies and just basically filter out anything that she has said so far in the 3 trials that have happened that has helped a conviction, or that is, and we'll be really generous with it, even been in the direction of assisting the state's case and furthering the goal of the prosecutor. You know, what are those things? Because I don't think there's many. But she's had 3 use and derivative use immunity deals. And the thinking has been that if we arrest her, she won't talk on the stand. Like she's the linchpin of the convictions. She's really not. She offers very little. Like you could have taken her out of Sigfredo's trial and Katie's trial and Charlie's trial, and they'd have all still been convicted. Anyone disagree with that? She's contributed next to nothing. So I don't see why it would be worth delaying and postponing her arrest until after Donna's trial. So if that's not why she's not been arrested, it follows that after Donna's trial, she may not be arrested. And I know that we all don't want to believe that. And I know that we all can see the need of Georgia. I mean, it's pretty much personal with those two, right? They're both attorneys. They both know the limits and standards of proof and evidence, and what you know the old thing about when people say on the stand, "I don't recall," because you can't prove that that's a lie, because how can you know what someone does or does not recall? We all know that it's bullshit, and it's what people say when they're cornered. But Wendi actually has some really original ones, right? She loves to say, "I don't understand the question. Is it a question?" You know, there are people in the courtroom, you know. So the battle between Georgia, Queen of the South, and Wendi, which Wendi, is personal. And, you know, I know that Georgia wants to get her and wants to beat her at the game. It's like a professional game as well, you know. It's like these two forces. But, you know, then why haven't they arrested her? She's not needed in Donna's trial. What's all that about? But as for Harvey, I mean, how long has he got left to live, really? I mean, he seems pretty alert and healthy for someone in their early 80s. But, you know, the older the defendant gets, there's more room to act infirmed and sympathy, calls for sympathy, and so on. It becomes harder to cross the line for a certain amount of people that could be on the jury, making a mistrial more likely, making these things that all ultimately have to, the justice system is a business. Let's not forget that, right? There's a fucking budget, there's money, and there's priorities, and there's where to put your resources. Okay? Like those injury lawyers that do no win, no fee. They'll have their own way of working out the likelihood of a success rate, and if it's below 50%, if it's 49% on their system, whatever it is, to define the likelihood of a success rate, they won't take the case because it's a business and their resources are better spent elsewhere. It's just a mathematical game. They have their rules, and if they've worked out over years of doing it that if they follow the rules, they can expect to have a good financial year, or do good business, however that looks. A district attorney's office, even though it's the state, and I think the false idea is that the state will never give up. Will push justice until it's out of reach completely. We'll try to solve every case. It's just not like that. This is real life, and they have a certain amount of resources, a budget, priorities, and there's lots to do, right? The Adelsons, as much as we all love it, there's all sorts of cases going on, and all of that has to be managed. So if you've got a guy who's 80 plus years old, which makes it easier for him to have a likelihood of a mistrial, more of a likelihood of a mistrial, maybe it comes down to, hey, it's below 51% or whatever, and we've got to skip on to the next defendant. We have to let him go because that's what the business model says. What are we going to watch now? I don't really feel like any of those. Anyone got an idea? We could just do some wiretaps, I guess. Or if anyone has a... Oh, Amy put some stuff on the drive. What was that? Let's have a look at that. Evidence against Donna. Oh shit. I need permission to open this. I'm the admin, and Amy's already gone to bed. Alright, I request access. Maybe she'll pick it up. But if not, well, I guess we shouldn't wait. She said she was going to sleep. What have we got going on in the comments? Leslie says, Willie, that wasn't a visitor LPG, just people Donna listed that could visit. LPG. What's that? Yeah, Debbie Gibby says, unless they are older cases than this one, I don't give a flying fuck how many cases they have. Deal with the one you've had since 2015-16. Arrests made, murder 2014. Yeah, well, I agree. I absolutely agree. I think they should have done it all. Done it all a long time ago. But I do think that it's, you know, I think many people, and I agree that Donna's conviction is absolutely the most likely outcome. But I think many people are treating it as like a rock solid, sure thing. And anything can happen. You don't know who's going to be on the jury. We've got a pretty good indicator of the defense strategy, and we certainly know where the prosecution stands. But, you know, so do the defense the defense attorneys. Because, like, imagine how we all know what the prosecution has to work with. If it were the first trial, you kind of, you know less. Yeah, they have the discovery, but Donna's defense attorneys have had the ability, and I'm sure they've taken the time to watch and analyze the prosecution's strategy in 3 different trials, in 3 different sets of circumstances, talking about the same events but from different angles, which is, that to me is one of the most fascinating things about this case, and why it's so apart from any other that I can think of, is because we get this multi perspective, viewpoints on the same story, but from the angles of the different players, right? From Sigfredo's point of view, how it all went down. From Lewis, from Katie, from Charlie, from Wendi, from the detectives involved. It's just because with every defendant, with Sigfredo and Katie and Charlie, that the prosecution have had to demonstrate the guilt of. They've had to go through those individual defendants' personal journeys, but it's all around the same story. And that just doesn't happen when you've got a regular case with if you take a case like Jodi Arias, for example. Yeah, we hear from different witnesses. We hear from Ryan Burns that was up in Utah, and we hear from Gus Xerxes and Daryl Brewer and Travis's friends, and all of those things. But it's just one story being told, ultimately. With this case, we've had 3 so far. 1 on the horizon. And then also Lewis's view, although the prosecution wasn't really telling his story because they didn't need to, because he already admitted it. Anyway, Amy did just give me access to this thing. So, what is this? We've got the bump, jail calls with Charlie, arrest, Wendi asked about Donna. Wendi asked about Donna, Charlie asked about Donna. Okay, let's have a look at Charlie asked about Donna. So we've got a time signature. Amy found us some time signatures. Thank you, Amy.
Agree that the Markel boys were in the background pretty much of every call you had with your mom. I mean, we hear them a lot, right?
My sister was working, so my parents would help my sister out, yeah.
Yeah, and it was summertime, so they were out of school, I would assume.
I don't know if it was every call, but they definitely helped my sister out for sure.
All right, and those calls captured Donna pushing them on the swings, that call that tortured all of us a couple times. Remember that one?
Yeah, there was a call where she was pushing them on the swings.
Taking them to tennis lessons.
That
Yes.
was the same day. I mean, that was the same call that got broken up, and she called me back. But yes,
Doing their bedtime routine,
helping my sister out for sure.
reading stories, brushing teeth, getting haircuts, going to piano, story time and bedtime, all of that kind of stuff.
All stuff that parents and grandparents do. You're right.
All right. She even said to you on one of the calls regarding the bedtime routine that, quote, we have a whole routine going. Do you remember that?
I have a whole routine with my son. I mean, I think it's normal with kids. You have a routine to put them to bed.
Right.
You
All
gotta
the
brush
kind
your
of
teeth.
things.
Can't forget to brush your teeth.
All the, yeah. Well, dental humor couldn't hurt, right?
What's that?
All the things that you know your mom wouldn't have been able to do as readily if the kids were living in Tallahassee. Agree with that?
I mean, when they come up to visit them, they'd be doing the same thing.
Sure, when they came up to visit, but now they're doing it every day, right? Almost every day.
Not every day, but when my sister needed them, she helped them out.
And these are all things, these little routine things that Dan Markel will never be able to do with his sons. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Does your mom have a favorite child?
She says she doesn't have favorites, but I don't think she likes my older brother.
Okay. But is Wendi the favorite?
I'd like to think it's a tie between me and her.
Does your mom worry more about Wendi than you? Let's
I don't
do
really get.
before this case.
No, I don't. I mean, I don't. I think maybe in different parts of my life, she's probably more concerned about me. Different parts of my sister's life, she may be more concerned about her.
Is it true that your mom has a tendency to worry herself sick if there's something going on with one of you kids?
No, I mean she's a concerned mom, but I think she's a normal mom.
Was she pretty worried about Wendy's marital problems?
No,
She wasn't.
I think she'd get upset when my sister would tell her things that Danny was doing and going to work, bad mouthing her. But I think any parent would get upset.
But also she would meticulously go through all the filings and send long emails detailing her thoughts about every filing in this divorce.
No, I don't think that's the case at all.
Okay. Did she hate Dan Markel?
I think she liked him in the beginning, for sure. And I think when he was being a
Oh, sorry, I had the mute button on. I was making a coffee on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics. Thank you, Neverly, for letting me know. Crisis averted. Are we back? We're back, right? We're back. I'm confident we're back. We didn't go anywhere. I just paused, and it was muted. But now we're not muted. Thank you, Neverly, for letting us know. Zoom in. Zoom in. Honey, okay, your attorney must depot Elvis to see if any of the retirement accounts that Elvis has... okay. Honey, okay, your attorney must depot Elvis to see if any of the retirement accounts that Elvis has ever had a check written from them during... I mean, is this a fucking run-on sentence or what? I mean, Jesus Christ. Do you see how bad that is? Is it just me? Am I just really particular? This is 3 sentences in one. A sentence should be one idea. That's it. Okay. Your attorney must depot Elvis to see if any of the retirement accounts that Elvis has ever had a check written from them during the course of your marriage, if any of them were funded through any joint assets. It is so satisfying to me to see how badly she can't write. What a dick. I don't even know what she's trying to say. I'm going to skip it. Let's aggravate him the way he's trying to aggravate you, and make him do the research and show statements from every month, from the date of your marriage to the date of the filing of the divorce. You need to see whatever he deposited into those accounts, where the money came from. It's very possible some of it came from your joint Schwab account, and then he's up Shit's Creek. It's Shit Creek, Donna. It's not a creek that belongs to someone called Shit. It's Shit Creek, a creek of shit. And shouldn't that be the proverbial Shit Creek? She loves to put proverbial in things for no reason. Why shouldn't he have to do this? It's what I mentioned to Kristin in court yesterday, and she nodded her head. Now she needs to do something about it. Unbelievable. Just the vicious, burning hatred. And over what? The fact that he wanted to go to synagogue and work at FSU. It just seems ridiculous for him to be able to depot you, but for you and Kristin not to give him the same crap he's pulling on you. It's time to give it to him. Also, what can your attorney do to be proactive to give him some grief? It seems like you're always on the defensive, but I don't see her doing anything offensive. I was really surprised that you didn't speak with her prior to meeting her in court. Can't you meet with her and work out a plan of attack? Or some sort of strategizing so you know what you're up against and what else he can do? Can he do? What else he can do, sorry. When is there an end to the nonsensical litigation and waste of the court's time and your financial obligation to your attorney? I think it's really important to get the parenting coordinator to either testify or be brought to deposition, perhaps by your attorney, so we can get her to request that Elvis be court-ordered for psychological testing. And if he's this off, perhaps he should not be permitted to take the children out of the country. What happens with the dean? What happened with the dean? Any help, or do you need to proceed to the provost? What is that? Something has to be done with this asshole. Call us if you feel up to it tonight. If you're too tired, then call us in the morning after you leave the boys at school if you can. Love you, Mom and Dad. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, talk about stoking the fire, right? Just pathological, vindictive rage. Did your mother like Dan Markel? Yeah, in the beginning. Well, he was being a jerk. He was being a jerk. So I said, be a jerk back and see what happens. How do we get back to this now?
A jerk to my sister. I don't think anyone particularly liked him when he was being a jerk.
What about around the time that he was killed? Did your mother hate Dan Markel?
No, I think it had kind of like tapered off. I think she only disliked him when he was being mean to my sister. Other than that, nobody had a problem
He
with
was
him.
being mean to your sister during these divorce proceedings and subsequent litigation, right?
God damn mute button. I said, thank you, Neverly darling. A provost is a senior administrative officer at a college or university who is responsible for academic matters. Okay. I didn't know that. Thank you.
I think it was on and off. I think it was sporadic.
And when your mom's worried about Wendi, does she come to you for solutions or to talk things out?
No, I don't think worried is the right word to describe it.
Does she ever make Wendy's problems your problems?
No.
Like convincing you to get Wendi to pull the plug on the house on Halloween 2013? Didn't she convince you to sort of take up that cause?
No, that was actually me. I thought I shared my thoughts on homeownership from my sister. That was all me.
Didn't you say that if she had bought that house, that would have been the second worst decision of Wendy's life?
I thought it was going to be a stupid decision to buy that house.
And what was the first worst decision of Wendy's life?
Oh, I thought looking at hindsight 2020, I think when she'd agreed when she married Dan.
And did you convince her to take a particular job as well? Remember that call?
Yeah, she got an offer from a law firm, and she was debating whether or not she should take it. She didn't know if it was exactly what she wanted to do, and I was like, "Hey, you don't know what you don't like doing until you've done it. Seems like a great opportunity. Like, why not do it? Learn the job skill. It's a skill you don't." And she's like, "Well, I don't have that skill." And I'm like, "Well, it's a good opportunity to learn it, and you may like it. And if you don't like it, then try something else." But I was trying to encourage her to take what sounded like a great opportunity.
And Mom shared your thoughts, and I'm referring to Donna Adelson, shared your thoughts about this opportunity being a good one for Wendi, right?
I probably heard about the job from my mom, but I definitely heard about it from my sister because I'm talking to my sister about it.
Yeah, I mean the job.
Is this the $1 million job that Jeff Lacasse was talking about with suing pharmaceutical companies? He said, right? What's the deal with that then? Is all this shit about Charlie saying, well, if you don't have the job skill, it's a good opportunity to learn and you should try it, and if you don't like it, do something else. No. I think what it more likely is that Charlie or Donna or Harvey pulled some strings with an associate, this boss man in the excuse me, in the pharmaceutical legal office, whatever it is, that was going to give Wendi the job. That was because of a favor called in from Charlie or Harvey. This is my assumption. And that Wendi was flip-flopping about it, right? Which was all part of her maneuver. We'll get there. And that it was more likely than Charlie saying, well, if you don't have the job skill, then you should try it. If you fuck all that. He was like saying, are you kidding? I've had to put my neck out for you. I've called in a favor from a really important thing to get you $1 million job opportunity that you can just walk into, right? And you can't refuse it. You know that kind of conversation? Or if you use some influence to do someone a favor and then they don't, you get it all fixed up for them and then they don't even take the opportunity up. That can be annoying, right? I can imagine Charlie Adelson being pretty pissed off about that. And Wendi knowing that and acting like that, she's 3D chess.
Was not what she had any experience in, right? It was a whole nother field of law.
Then that was my point. It was like, well, why not take it if they're offering it to you, and you can learn something new? It sounds like a great opportunity.
Do you and Donna know what's best for Wendi better than she knows herself?
No, but not at all.
Were you a spy when it came to Wendi? Did you get information from from Wendi and relay it to Donna?
At times, because I was dating Bree, and Bree worked for Dave, so I would hear stuff about Dave from Bree, so I kind of had an inside. I got inside information.
In what capacity did Bree work for Dave?
Dave was his. After she graduated from college, she was working as a nanny for Dave.
All right. And how old was Bree during the time you were dating her? Was she significantly younger than you?
She was 24, and I was 39.
Is Bree the mother of your child?
She is the mother of my child, yeah.
All right, so back to Wendi and Donna. So Wendi, was she tight-lipped with Donna about her private life?
I don't think she shared everything.
But she would tell things to you that she wouldn't tell to Donna.
I can't say that for sure.
Can you play clip 1, please? Publishing call EEE.
I'm sorry, what number?
EEE. 3 E's. Yeah, would you? That'd be great. Please go to 209.
Where are you going?
On this way, just stop off at there and fast. Anyway, so I just spoke to David now.
Oh, did you?
So I just called him an old fart. She's a few months older than me.
Uh-huh.
But, so I asked him when for his birthday. Turns out Wendy's making him a little party in Fleetwood.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Wendy goes like very tight-lipped.
You're not kidding.
So what you need to do
Uh-huh.
is, she's obviously tight-lipped for a reason. It's because she doesn't want you to know anything.
Anything.
So my point is, if she doesn't want you to know anything, then don't ask anything.
I don't
She'll
know.
be happy,
Yeah.
and then I can find everything out and just tell you.
I know. It's great.
So I was like, so what are you doing for your birthday? It's like, well, Wendy's making me like a little birthday dinner, a little get-together party. I'm like, that's awesome. He's like, yeah, she's doing it. He's like, I don't know anything. All I know is Wendy's putting it together for me, and she's doing it in Woodwood.
Aw.
So I'm like, oh, that sounds awesome.
All I knew is that she was going straight from work to the hotel where everybody is meeting for the this Miami Fellows thing that she got. And that she was going to be here tonight because it starts early, first thing tomorrow morning.
Right.
I guess in between, she managed to do something else. Which makes me happy. I'm really glad.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't imagine. Oh,
Too, so.
yeah, he sounded good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember yesterday saying you were telling a story about Katie coming in from having had some kind of altercation with Garcia, and she had reported that the
Okay,
necklace
so
had been...
we should flip over to the Wendi. Shit, where's the link? I just closed the tab. Fuck it. Hang on. Wendi being asked about Donna.
Filings are pleasant, but mine were not venomous.
Okay. Did your mother, Donna Adelson, review the filing in which Dan Markel is accusing you of this theft and all this stuff?
I don't remember if she did.
What about the one where Dan Markel is asking that your mother not be permitted to have unsupervised visitation with the kids?
My mom never saw that because after he filed that, he then asked my parents to babysit the kids. And my mom baked him banana bread, gave him a hug goodbye. So there was nothing truthful about that pleading that he filed, and my mom never saw it.
Why do you think he filed that?
He was really angry at me for leaving him.
Okay, so he didn't really want to limit your mom's visitation with the kids.
No,
and
he
that's
asked for her
evidence
to babysit after he filed that.
Evidenced by the banana bread. And so she didn't even know about that filing.
She never knew about it.
Okay. And when she laid all those options out in that email to you about other options that you could take to secure the relocation, as far as bribing, remember that? Converting the Christian children to Christianity, remember that suggestion?
I sure do.
Okay. What did she put in there that she viewed as your most non-negotiable and most important part of your divorce?
I don't know. Do you have something I can see?
States Exhibit 57. And it is page 1. Page 1, paragraph 2.
So you want me to read what she said here?
I want you to answer the question. What was the most important part
of the divorce for my mom?
Yes.
It says here that for her it was relocation.
All right. And did you have 2 8-hour mediations in your divorce?
We had 2 very long mediations. I don't remember exactly how long they were, but they felt
Did they
like
result in a resolution?
No.
Was Mr. Markel seeking to depose your mom as part of the divorce?
I don't remember that.
Do you know if it ever happened?
I don't think it happened. I don't remember it.
Was the prospect of that upsetting to your mom?
I don't think so. I don't remember it, so I don't remember talking with her about it or...
Did your mom call Dan any disparaging names around this time frame?
Well, I just read them in the emails, but I
Okay.
don't remember them independently.
Okay. Did she call him an asshole?
Yes.
A narcissist?
Yes.
A bully?
Yes.
Religious zealot?
Yes.
Bastard?
That I don't remember.
Page 5.
Okay. Is it page 5 from the first email?
Let's go back.
Yes, if you'll just go through by the physical pages.
Charlie, you fucking schoolboy. Did she call him a fucker? A religious zealot? A bastard?
An asshole?
Yes.
A narcissist?
Well, I don't remember.
Do you know if it ever happened?
I don't think it happened. I don't remember it.
Was the prospect of that upsetting to your mom?
I don't think so. I don't remember it, so I don't remember talking with her about it or...
Did your mom call Dan any disparaging names around this time frame?
Well, I just read them in the emails, but I
Okay.
don't remember them independently.
Okay. Did she call him an asshole?
Yes.
A narcissist?
Yes.
A bully?
Yes.
Religious zealot?
Yes.
Bastard?
That I don't remember.
Page 5.
Okay. Is it page...
He can't keep it in. He's on trial for his life.
Oh. 5 from the first email?
Yes, if you'll just go through by the physical pages.
I see, yes.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
Yes.
Fucker?
Yes.
This guy is just, you know that thing where you're trying not to laugh, so you have to just like touch your face to just kind of get away from the giggle, kind of reset your expression. Just okay, stop it. You know, it's like almost slapping yourself in the face, right? And then he comes straight back to the creasing.
That I don't remember.
Page 5.
Okay. Is it page 5 from the first email?
Yes, if you'll just go through by the physical pages.
I see, yes.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
Yes.
Fucker?
Yes.
But in all the filings made on your behalf by the different lawyers that you had, and all of the emails that your mom sent, he was never described as abusive.
I mean, he was described as emotionally abusive, yes.
Can you show me where he was described as emotionally abusive in any of those items?
Well, not by my mom, but in the pleadings.
Okay, show me that.
It's going to take me a while to find it.
Okay, well, it's
You want me
not
to-
in there, but you can get back to me
Well,
with it.
it is in there.
Objection, Your Honor. The comment. She's not testifying.
Hold on, please approve.
So would you have to review the whole file in order to find that, or could you give us a starting point of which filing it might be located in?
It might be under the petition to relocate. It might be under the initial divorce proceedings.
Okay.
It wouldn't be in emails from my mom, but it would take a while to find it. It might be in the depositions.
Okay, did you view yourself as being stuck here in Tallahassee once the relocation was denied?
I didn't. I mean, I had a really nice life here. I did not view myself as being stuck.
Would you please turn to page
really?
176 in that exhibit in front of you? I think it's highlighted for you.
So let's just think about the amount of things that counter Wendi Adelson's statement there. I had a really nice life here. I did not view myself as being stuck. Okay, well, Jeff Lacasse would be a big one. His testimony is that you spent every single day of your 9-month relationship complaining about Danny Markel and being stuck in Tallahassee. Those are the words, stuck in Tallahassee. He went into great detail. He didn't just say it once. He explained all of the things that you had issues with and your behavior while you were here. Then we've got your mother's emails that are all about, you deserve better than what a life teaching in Tallahassee without your family near you, you know, blah, blah, blah. What else? We've got the fact that you actually did move to Miami the 2 days after the murder or whatever it was, and never went back. But what else? What else? What else? What else? Well, your petition to relocate with the court, registered, recorded document with the court system. I mean, that's all there. Big, huge filings that you spent a lot of money on. A lot of money. $600 an hour attorneys that were on the case for God knows how long, and there were 3 of them, right? Yeah. But I didn't view myself as stuck. I had a really nice life here. I just, I spent $200,000 trying to get out, just... for what?
Did you describe yourself in that filing as being stuck in Tallahassee?
I don't see it. You said it was highlighted, but there's nothing highlighted.
Okay. 176. on a page.
Hey, if you guys in the chat are enjoying the show, please remember to put a like on the video. We like to get likes on the video. That would be great. And yeah, please do consider supporting the channel on buymeacoffee.com. We've also got links to our fantastic merch store in the description for the video. We've got a bunch of merch there. Bunch of merch. Adelson merch, other stuff. Yeah. We've got all sorts. Not just t-shirts and mugs. We've got everything that they can produce. And yeah, it's the finest quality stuff. Check it out. Also, what else have we got? Patreon. We're going to be starting to put more stuff on Patreon. We're trying to work out how to make at least one or two of the moderators like some admins on Patreon, so we can start putting up loads of, like, you know, members only content on there, because we come across all sorts of stuff while we're going through this case and others, right? You know, stuff that's too much to get through on one long live every day, which is what we try to do. What else have we got? Social networks. Yeah, stay in touch with us on social networks. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and also the best one, the big community that's 24/7, where all the coolest True Crime Metrix viewers go to live and to talk and to do stuff, is Discord. Link in the description. Is that everything? But yeah, best way to support the channel, buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix.
I didn't highlight it for you. Okay, just a moment.
I see the word stuck. I found it.
Okay. So did you describe, at least in one occasion, being stuck in Tallahassee?
No, can I read the sentence?
Sure.
So it says, the husband has made it difficult for the wife with her colleagues at her current position due to his statements and actions, and the husband's intent is to relocate to a larger area at some point. So the wife is merely stuck in Tallahassee until the husband decides that the time is right for him to leave.
All right.
Meaning,
and had he accepted a job anywhere else by the time that he was murdered?
No, he hadn't yet been offered a job, but he was always looking.
Okay. So he was just going to move and just let you have the kids at that point?
He probably would have done what I did, which is have a conversation and see if it was a place that made sense for both of us to live.
And would you have moved to wherever he got a great job and started a new life there?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay. Did you like Tallahassee?
I did.
And you said, I think you did say this, but let me clarify. Was your mom aware of the order denying relocation?
My mom was aware of the order denying relocation.
And what about your brother, Charlie? Was he aware of that as well?
I'm sure my mom would have said something to him.
All right, so did your mom suggest any ways that you might coerce Dan Markel to let you move with the kids to South Florida?
Yes, I think we talked about that before.
We did, and for this I'm referring back to those emails. And in particular, the bribe. So another bribe to get him to allow relocation. I'm on page 5 of the first email for the defense. Another bribe to get him to allow relocation should be the offer of plane tickets so that he can fly back and forth, right? So you're going to potentially offer this big monetary benefit that would allow him.
Yeah, Gummy Dolphin, Metrix, are you there? Is this live? What do you think? That I'm pre-recording a video? No, we're live with all of you. Live from Miami Beach. Yeah, how you doing, Gummy Dolphin? Love the name.
Him to fly back and forth to work. Is that the idea?
I never said that I was going to do any of that.
Okay, was that the idea that your mom had?
That was the idea.
All right, and the amount of the bribe is going to be, or was at least discussed as being $1 million. Is that right?
That is what they said.
Okay, and did you agree with that?
No.
Would that have worked?
I have no idea if it would have worked, but...
You think he might have taken $1 million to let his kids go?
Well, he wasn't letting his kids go. He would have moved to South Florida, and he would have commuted back and forth to his job. So, maybe.
Well, then why wasn't it offered?
Because I didn't want to do it.
All right, what about the idea that you could try to threaten Dan to convert the kids to Christianity so that they can fit into the Bible Belt here in Tallahassee? Is that something your mom suggested in these emails?
My mom did suggest that.
Okay, and specifically, this is on page 7 of the exhibit. Let Jibbers know that your children will be baptized in the Catholic Church. Have a picture made of them in front of the church, all that kind of thing. That's what your mom suggested at one time?
She did, yes.
Okay, and did you do any of those things?
No, I don't even think I responded to it.
Do you know whether the defendant, your brother Charlie, was supportive of the plan to convert them or pose as converting them to Christianity?
I have no idea. I don't think he was particularly involved in this round of my mom's.
So we got quite a few votes on that poll. Who should do opening statements for the prosecution in Donna's trial? And pretty neck and neck, 53% to 47% in favour of Georgia Kappelman. What do I think? What do I think? I think, is there any reason for it not to be Sarah Dugan? She can handle it. Let her handle it. Georgia's going to do the closing, obviously. Yeah, I probably think it'll be Sarah Dugan doing the opening statement for the state.
On page 11 of the exhibit, there's an indication from your mom that Charlie at least has discussed this with her and maybe is somewhat supportive. Charlie brought up a good point when he said that Americans were dropped behind enemy lines during World War II wearing Nazi uniforms to get what they wanted. They had a job to get done, and they did what they needed to do to accomplish it. You have a job to get done in a very short time frame to accomplish it. If you dressed your kids up in Hitler Youth uniforms and brought them down here, I could care less if it was an act of defiance that would show Jibbers that he's, all caps and bold, not in control. So it just seems like your mom was pretty extreme about this situation of getting you relocated. Can you agree with that?
Yeah.
All right, and Charlie was at least consulted on it or had offered some information about it.
Well, that was my mom's rendition, so I don't know if that's what actually happened or that was her perception.
Sure. Were you involved in the effort to consult a lawyer about the bribe and whether that was going to be legal?
I wasn't the lawyer consulted in that.
No. Were you involved in consulting a lawyer with your mom? Okay. Do you know for sure if any financial offer was or was not made to Dan Markel?
I couldn't say for sure if they made it to Danny without me knowing, but I don't think so.
Is that something they would do, is try to negotiate with him behind your back or deal with this situation behind your back?
I don't think so. I think I would have known. Danny probably would have told me.
But you definitely didn't extend any of these offers or threats?
No.
When was the divorce final?
The summer of 2013.
All right, I'm going to switch gears for a minute and talk about phone stuff.
Thank you so much, Evan, who says Metrix is my favourite channel. Nice one, Evan. Thank you for the 5 coffees on buymeacoffee.com. Means the world, man. Thank you.
Was your cell phone collected by the police in this case after Dan was shot?
I gave the police my cell phone and asked them to search it if it could be useful.
All right. And around the time of the murder, was your number 954-803-0079?
It was.
And can you agree that the numbers, let me show you an exhibit. 59, I believe. You will? Okay. Well, I want to explain what it is. Okay. Yeah, so I talked a lot about converting to Christianity, but I didn't mention what religion you are. We talked about Dan being more religious than you are, but we didn't talk about what religion you are. So could you explain that to the jury, please?
Sure. I'm Jewish.
And Dan was as well, right?
And Danny was Jewish as well.
Okay. So I had this exhibit 59. This is not 59. Yes, that's what we did.
Oh, we just crossed the 4-hour mark, guys, and we've been trying to keep the streams less than 5 hours. Man, but we're just having such a good time. And there's so many here still in chat. How many in chat? 154. And we've got 121 likes. What do you think? Can we get that up? There's another 33 people that are watching right now that have not yet clicked like. Why? You're still here. You click the thumb. You click the big thumb. Yeah, it really helps us out. It's a good way to help the channel because of the algorithm, the fantastic algorithm, the fantastic like button. It's great. Click it.
One moment. All right, you may not be able to do this, but States 59, I've got phone numbers attributed to your family members. Obviously, you don't know the other people. Are those phone numbers accurate, if you know, for the time?
Yeah, we've got our director Amy behind the scenes saying they're done talking about Donna. Move to the bump. I like it. I like it. She thinks, so I don't have to. Yeah, okay. We'll go to the bump. Bump. Although this is kind of... We're going to be playing the bump again soon on another video. Got to try and get some of these concept videos out. I've got like 4 or 5 concept ideas to discuss, but they all require a day or 2 of preparation. We like to try and do streams every day, so where do I find the time? But yeah, sure, we can play the bump. Main video. Mrs. Adelson? Oh, don't be scared. Don't be scared. No. What does he say? My brother Taco, he's incarcerated. He's going through some tough times, and oh, it's such a cop. Anybody but Donna would have totally known that was a cop.
Does Mrs. Adelson go after the conclusion of the bump?
She goes into the elementary school there, to the door to the right, goes inside and retrieves the children, and then goes back to the icon back across the street.
And are those Wendi and Dan Markel's children?
Yes, they are.
So they're in school just literally less than a block over?
Right across the street from where she lives.
Okay. And when the undercover bumps Mrs. Adelson, do we know if she had a cell phone on her person?
We don't know that.
Okay, but you didn't take one out and make a phone call?
She did not.
At this time, Your Honor, I will ask to publish what's marked as call A on the, have I introduced this? Let's introduce the wire calls themselves. And those are 108, Your Honor.
108, I believe, has already been admitted over objection.
Okay, then they're already in. So this will be call A from 108 that we'd like to publish at this time.
So, you know, if you had time tonight after work or some other time in the very near future, I need to speak with you.
Okay.
Okay?
Did someone write a letter to you or something?
I've got some paperwork hand delivered to me.
You're being sued?
No, that's what I thought it was, but I'm going to talk to you.
Okay.
Okay, so, I mean, I can have to figure out something. You can tell that you'll be wherever you are.
Well, I'm in Mitch Klein's office on Oakland Park Boulevard.
Okay.
So I'm right now in the Skyline Chili, and I'll be at his office in the afternoon.
Okay. So the boys will finish their piano lesson around 4-ish, and I've got the track of it, and I may take a ride with them up there.
Does Dad know about this?
The dad's at work today, fortunately.
What's is it IRS? Or?
You know, those IRS people, they're kind of obvious sometimes, but, you know, fortunately not now.
Okay.
So I will talk to you. I'll give you a heads up if I'm going to drive up that way.
All right.
Okay? And
Does Wendy know that? Is it involved Wendy?
No. So let me just talk to you later, and if
What is it? Is there this health book yet?
Yeah.
All right. Does it involve me or other people?
Well, probably both of us.
What's that?
Probably the two of us. So you probably have a general idea what I'm talking about.
All right.
So let's just find some time to talk to each other and take the boys for a ride, okay?
You're going to take the boys up there?
Well, when he doesn't come home, maybe he can get here for about 7 when Dad gets here.
So it's ordered you talk to me today.
Today or tomorrow, I mean, it's important.
All right.
You know what to do.
Well, I'll be up at Mitch Klein's office. You want to come up? Oh yeah, so really late.
I'm just concerned that I would have to get up there and get back in time for Wendi to get them. Sometimes she gets out a little earlier with more coming out here.
Can I ask you a question? Who's the paperwork sent from?
I see them, that's great. It was something that came hand to me as I exited the building today.
And was it anonymous or?
Oh no, it's not anonymous. Not anonymous. I just don't want to discuss it over the phone.
Right, whatever it is, it is. It's silly, but if you want.
I wouldn't bother you, trust me.
Yeah, no. Do you want me to come down to see you tomorrow? I actually have the day off.
Yes, that would be wonderful. Dad actually starts later tomorrow. You know, he goes in at 1 o'clock. We both work out at the gym from 9:30 to 10:30. So
whatever it is, I'll take a look at the paperwork.
Yeah.
I hope it's not the IRS, but
I just would like you to review it and give me some input as to what your thoughts are.
All right.
Okay. So come down tomorrow. Dad leaves at 12, so anytime after 12 would be good.
12 tomorrow.
Yeah, he leaves at 12. He starts at 1 there, so 12, 12:15.
All right, I'll come down in the afternoon. I'm going to hang out with you and see you at 6.
That would be great.
Perfect. All right, I'll talk to you later.
Love you, honey. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
All right, so we've got. Seems like we're picking up mid-stride there a little bit, like we might have missed the first couple words. Can you explain if that's true and why that is?
Yeah, it could have been a couple reasons. Technology missed it, or it could have been that the officer and picked it up and hit the record button a little bit late, just after a few seconds.
All right, and in this call, does Donna Adelson, the thing she was handed is State's Exhibit 78, right?
That's correct.
Does she ever mention to the defendant even the name Dan Markel?
No, she does not.
Or Danny?
No.
Jibbers?
No.
Jibbers!
All right.
We should probably
We've established
start
that the undercover did say the name Katie to Donna Adelson.
Correct.
Does Donna Adelson say the name Katie to the defendant?
No, she doesn't.
What does she say?
She says girlfriend.
You see, this they should just play a recording of this testimony for Donna's trial, right? This is part and parcel. Addie's and Owens here. Just got home, so I'm starting way back at the beginning. Yes, Metrix, you're good at pronouncing people's names. Chauncey knows it too. I've been falling asleep too. Yeah, thanks in advance. Welcome, Addie. Yeah, maybe we should think about wrapping it up, though. We should end in 17 minutes. What do you think? Have a little jailhouse call? I don't know which one it is, but Amy sent us this list of content.
This is a prepaid collect call from an incarcerated individual at the Leon County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To accept charges and consent to this recorded call, press 1.
Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hey,
yeah, sorry about that.
No, last thing I heard was you said, and the chief, and then it just went through.
He was supposed to fly. He's the same guy who said he was going to call Dan back when I first got here. Never called him back. But Chief Mack, he's the chief of the whole jail, come by and check me out.
So he has
Chief Mack, the chief of the whole meat smoker, is coming to bring me some brisket.
He has not been there yet.
He has not, but the psychologist, PhD, whatever she is, she came by, and I said, listen, I'm fine. I'm getting claustrophobic. Like, used to looking outside of a window, inches out into the pod, and this is like you're sitting in like
a block.
It's like a same type cell as I had before, but I could look out the window into the pod. Here, it's like a box. so you can't see. It's a mirror. They can see in, and you can't see out.
Is it any help? Can Dan get this guy to come sooner? Would that be of any help?
God, Chief Mac runs the fucking jail. I don't care about where it calls.
No.
Right, it'll come slower.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure the psychologist thought you were fine. So it's just a matter of waiting for that and waiting for the chief.
Yes, I heard it for it, and then slow, and then maybe tomorrow. I got 33% left on my phone, and 2:50 in the afternoon. And it's okay. Once it gets to 15%, if you switch the little battery saver on, and then I can probably get that. But it's like, you just isolate. Like I'm used to being able to talk to people, move around,
of course,
chat at myself. It's like you're doing the complete opposite of what I would need to have done.
Right.
In this situation.
I know, but all right. It sounds like if it's not today, they'll do it tomorrow. But hopefully today. But they're not in a rush, Josh. You're in a rush. They're not in a rush.
It's like, it's bad enough all this happened. Now I'm like taken out of my normal surroundings. And,
I know.
Put into like a solitary. I mean, I get why they do it, but this is like, it's trust me. It's a bed on like a plastic box. I rolled up my mattress upstairs and brought it down to here, and it's just my bed sitting in my box. Like a 3 feet by 6 foot box. Put on the ground in the center of the room, where I'm used to walking back and forth in the middle of the pot. Now I just like walk up and then around the bed and then back.
And it's the same story with like they'll shut off the phones at 4 and not till 6:30 back on. Is that everywhere? Yeah. Hold on. Just checking in. Okay, there's Bree just checking in with me. Okay.
I talked to Dan.
Yeah. Then
he's like, and he's working hard. He's still in Tallahassee. I thought he had left. He's staying here an extra day, I guess, to write up.
Yeah.
So whatever it is, if they open up an inquiry, they ask the judge.
Okay,
good. They investigate the main lie. He said, listen, it may be the kind of thing. 9 months from now, the juror writes something stupid on a blog, and they investigate, and they find out, and they find out something, and they're able to open it, and then it could possibly lead to an appeal. I basically got the judge let a lot of stuff in to the case, and he did that because he didn't want them to appeal. The harder the judge rules, I guess there's more appellate issues that can come up, like if that guy, Hankerson or whatever. I guess the harder the judge rules on issues that are in the trial, the more likely there is to have an appellate issue. If the judge is in favor of the defendant, the more likely there is to have an appellate issue.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
So, my general feeling, this is just my feeling, I'm not a lawyer, but my feeling is that he ruled, if anything, he gave us the benefit of the doubt because he didn't want there to be an appellate issue.
Yeah. Is that what Dan thinks?
Well, I mean, he made that comment today that the judge ruled in our favor a number of times. He let him bring stuff in. And I either said it or I heard it, that he meant it, that there's not going to be, let things say that we're done wrong. I mean, you have to either say that the judge did something, didn't give you your due process. If the jury didn't do anything improper, what's your reason for wanting to do trial?
if there was an appeal, would it have to be in Tallahassee, or can you move it? Because I don't understand why they wouldn't let you move the venue. I don't. It was blatantly, I mean, look, I have, I didn't say this to you before I picked up the phone, but there's a lot of things that we have to do, and we've got a very tight time frame. So one of them involves taking care of some things for Roman, taking care of some things through Steinberg. Dad's been on the phone all day, and Susan was nice enough when I called her. She said, I'm going to gather everything up and I'm going to drive down. So she and Rick got here about, 10 minutes before you called, so that she could work with us, because we got a couple of hours of stuff to take care of for Roman. So working on that, and just a lot, but you're going to be okay. You're going to get out of that stupid room. Once you do, you'll start to feel a little bit better. I know that. And when I have something that I do need to tell you, I'll speak to Dan. Okay? So then I'll let you know what time to call him. Can you hear me, Charlie? Shit. You can't hear me again, right? Charlie, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Oh, is this the hot mic episode? Yeah.
I'm sorry. The fourth time that they cut the line each time.
We might have to go back and hear the wording of the what do you call it? The alert. The consent notification at the beginning of the call. Does it say that you have to, in order to terminate the call, you must hang up the phone? Because obviously she did not hang up the phone. I think I heard that on Patty's
but they
show.
keep charging every time you reconnect. They say that doesn't happen. Listen. It's that he's in this room so the psychologist, they want to make sure he doesn't kill himself. So the psychologist finally came, and he said to her, if you leave me here, I'll kill myself. There's no light, no nothing. I'm in a cement block. Let me go back to myself and see where I am. Rest of me, please don't leave me here. And spoke to him for a little bit, and she said, no, you're perfectly fine. I know that. I just have to go back, and I've got a few of these reports I have to write. Once I get those written and then submit them and then get them approved, you'll be able to go back. So he thought he was going back in an hour, but she better get that thing done because I'll lose my mind in here. It's all spirit on the inside. So all you see is yourself. The lights never shut off, day or night. These fluorescent lights
Amanda.
shut off all night. He said, I just want to go back where I was.
Amanda, thank you for the coffees, Amanda. Amanda says, I'm listening. Good. Good, and thank you for the coffees, Amanda. Much appreciated. We're about to wrap up, guys. What have we got? 6 minutes? 6 minutes.
See people. This is here. I'm in a box. So he's just... What? I'm sure he'll pull back or just keep getting disconnected. I didn't even know if he was drinking. He wasn't buying Coke, nothing. So I can try to because we're in a very, I think, very tight time. Because I could have walked. I don't want to do what I want to do. But part of that very I think would be a nice way to just leave you alone, say goodbye. I am not with myself. do. I can't push it. I'm not that strong. And I also know how he is a year ahead. His body and everything has slowly started to deteriorate. I'm old. I have a life. We had a great marriage. Happy, we traveled, we lived good. I really am not unhappy. And I'm more than willing to just say goodbye and let me lie down. It's nothing painful. I just want to go to sleep. We bought our cemetery property a couple months ago. We're good. I'm good. What Wendi did this weekend, because I said something that made her feel like I had enough, and I'm not going to watch. If the trial doesn't go well, I know what I need to do. You know something was wrong because we lived here 9 years. She's never once just come over.
You know what I find really interesting? In the recent hearing of February 26, Donna Adelson was in court. There were two main points that were being brought up. One was the request to suppress this call because you remember that the phone went dead, so that the consent that Donna gave by entering into the recorded call, of which she was alerted to, the consent was, withdrawn when Charlie went off the phone and they're trying to get the call off. But the reason that they're trying to have this suppressed is because she mentions fleeing to Vietnam, right? That's why they want it suppressed. They're saying that that's an unfair prejudice and that she wasn't even fleeing. She just wanted to go to a non-extradition country so that she could get back to be arrested when warrants were issued, and which is ridiculous. But the second issue that was discussed, obviously, is the matter of whether or not she could get bond and be released pending trial, right? Which obviously the state argued against, and the main argument that the state had against Donna receiving bond is that she's a flight risk, essentially, because in this call she's, and where she was arrested on the actual plane to Vietnam, one-way ticket and all the rest of it. We don't need to go over it again, right? But I'm really surprised that the state didn't also use this call. This bit that we've just listened to here, you can hear the what she's saying and the, desperation in her voice, right? Saying, "We're good. I'm good. We bought our cemetery property a couple of months ago. We had a great life, and we'll just end it together." Obviously, if it's decided by the court, which obviously I don't think it will be, but say for example, hypothetically, if it were decided by the court that Donna is not a flight risk and that she can be released pre-trial to live in Tallahassee with a GPS ankle monitor, a curfew, house arrest, all the rest of it, no driver's license, no passport, all those restrictions. But none of those restrictions would stop her from taking a bottle of pills with Harvey if they're into this shared joint suicide pact thing, which at 80 plus years old for Harvey and Donna at 75, really, if I were in Donna's shoes, I'd that would easily seem like the best option. And especially as Harvey is someone who knows about pharmaceuticals because of his dental career, I'm sure he would be able to select the right kind of drugs where you knew you would be able to take enough or that it wouldn't cause you massive pain, and the right kind of drugs just to go to sleep. Because I think when some people take pills to kill themselves or think about taking pills, they get worried that they might not do it right and just end up fucking themselves up and not die and just have another problem to deal with, right? But if you're a doctor or a dentist, but someone who knows about that stuff well, he could have a real good concoction for them to use. I'm just a little bit confused as to why Sarah Dugan didn't bring that up as a further argument as why it would not be safe or protective of the course of justice to let her out. One, she could flee, or she could kill herself. And yes, of course, she could kill herself in jail, but not in a nice, sleepy, peaceful way, because they don't have those kind of drugs. It'd have to be slitting your wrists, or hanging, or whatever, you know? That's not a preferred route for Donna to take, I should imagine. I think it's fine, because I think the call will come in, and I think Donna won't be allowed out, so it's a moot point. But yeah, it just occurred to me today about that, why that wasn't argued. Anyway, we really should go. We're going to come back to this. Or should we let it play out? How's the chat doing? How many people we got in chat? Maybe I should just leave it on and go to bed. You guys can run the show. No, that's not really fair, is it? That's not what a good host would do. Or should we just go through a few more comments? Let's have a quick look here. Debbie Gibby, jetway to Dubai, layover then to Vietnam. One-way ticket. I thought it was funny how Carl Steinbeck was saying, yeah, why don't you just go to Norway, because that'll be fine. They won't even arrest you. If they do arrest you, they'll put you up in a 5-star hotel. Leslie says, I must tell Wendi about our plots and wills, but we are only on vacation to get peace. Good call, Leslie. Anyone think Donna gets banned? No. No way. Yeah, no one thinks Donna's getting banned. I think the only reason Judge Everett even took the time to think about it is that so he can make sure that the wording of his written order, I guess it would be called an order, is, sufficient to safeguard against appeals. If he just stood up on the bench and said, "Are you fucking kidding? No way. She stays in." maybe they could call that prejudice, right? Dismissed with prejudice, which would fall into an appeal opportunity. So smart move, Judge Everett. But do we expect any less from Judge Everett? Never. Defense is laying groundwork that they prepare for fair trial with Donna in jail. Julia Nielsen says, now that ridiculous story about why they chose non-extradition country can be read into her trial in 3 months. Right, because anything that's said in the Arthur hearing is fair game to be brought up, right? She better not be released But if she is, she will OD in hours. I believe so. Wouldn't you? I mean, on the one hand, you can take this bottle of pills and go to sleep and escape justice. On the other hand, you can go and live out the rest of your 5, 6, 7 years in these shitty conditions. You know, what a nightmare. It really would seem like the better option, especially when on this call that we just listened to, they seemed really like they've accepted the idea. Thought it through, right? Tiffany Nickel says there is 0% chance she gets a bond. Yeah, no way. No way. Especially after all of the shit show with the last trial date getting postponed. I mean, you could tell how pissed Judge Everett was. He's got his hands around this thing, you know. He doesn't lend his name to a shitty product. Okay, I think we've just about worked our way through. Smash the like button on your way out. Yeah, good idea. Hey, listen, we'll be back tomorrow, guys. We're going to leave you there for now. Another bloody long stream, but that's okay. It's hard to walk away when we've got 150 people in the chat. You know, it's good. Good number. Yeah. Okay. So we will see you tomorrow. And we'll be back, and we've got some deeper episodes coming out. Deeper episodes, some concepts that we've been working on in the Metrix studio. Several things. We should talk to them. We should open the conversation on Discord. So please come and join the Discord if you're not already on Discord. Link in the description. Totally free. Big community. Everyone here, or a lot of the people here, is on there. Join our Discord. Notifications, conversations, all sorts of stuff goes on there. It's fun. It's good. But yeah. So for now, don't be an Adelson. Have a safe drive home, and look forward to Donna's trial. 3 months today. 3 months today is jury selection. And we're coming. Okay. See you all later, guys. True Crime Metrix out.